Listening to Testify Tuesday.
Has done for I.
Listening to Testify Tuesday.
Has done for I.
We can rely on. Pick up the conquering lion. Most tighter, you're the only one we can rely on. Pick up the conquering lion.
Listening to Testify Tuesday.
Has done for I. I said
Listening to Testify
I'm gonna testify.
Tuesday.
What Jah has done for I.
And I gotta testify. Listening to Testify Tuesday.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פבט, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
መዝሙር 81 በቅንፍ 82 የአሳፍ መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር በአማልክት ማህበር ቆመ፣ በአማልክትም መካከል ይፈርዳል። እስከ መቼ ሐሰትን ትፈርዳላችሁ? እስከ መቼ ስለ ኃጢአተኞች ፊት ታደላላችሁ? ለድሆችና ለድሃ አደጎች ፍረዱ፣ ለችግረኛውና ለምስኪኑ ጽድቅ አድርጉ። ብቸኛውንና ችግረኛውን አድኑ፣ ከኃጢአተኞችም እጅ አስጥሏቸው። አያውቁም፣ አያስተውሉም፣ በጨለማ ውስጥ ይመላለሳሉ። የምድር መሠረቶች ሁሉ ተናወጡ። እኔ ግን አማልክት ናችሁ፣ ሁላችሁም የልዑል ልጆች ናችሁ። ነገር ግን እንደ ሰው ትሞታላችሁ፣ ካለቆችም እንደ አንዱ ትወድቃላችኋል። አቤቱ ተነስ፣ በምድር ላይ ፍረድ፣ አንተ አሕዛብን ሁሉ ትወርሳለህና።
Quiet in my thoughts. Oh, oh, oh. give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way, push on my way. I give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way. And when I'm inside these four walls and troubles weigh me down hard, I choose to forget that life is perfect. Whoa. How could there be mistakes if I go from the pain? Life is only that which I create. Yeah, I give thanks every day. I give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way, push on my way. Yeah, I give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, oh. Whoa, yeah.
Zion, going to Mount Zion, over the Babylon. Going to Mount Zion, yes, I'm going to Zion, to Zion. I'm going to Mount Zion.
Heavens declare the glory of Jah, and the firmament show it his handiwork. Oh yeah. So give Jah praise, no matter where you are, or no matter where you going. Ooh yeah, yeah. They give Jah praise, no matter who you are. How many things you might know. Oh. Some don't understand how some people want one like a flashlight and roll thunder. Every day them get up just us against them one another. When they should get up and give the Almighty God thanks and praise for all His mercies and goodness. Yeah. Because your life was given as a gift. You didn't do anything to get it. But look how many things that we do. Yeah, so many sin every day just to lose it. Oh yeah, Why don't you give Jah praise? No matter who you are, or no matter where you go. Come on and do. So give Jah praise, no matter where you are. How many things you might know. Yeah. If you give him praise. No matter if you could have great like King David. King David. You could have wise like Solomon, brother Solomon. Could have heavy like brother Moses. Listen, we give Jah praise, no matter where you are. No matter if you go UC, could I go up to Oxford? John, I go check for that. So you give him praise. So you gotta humble yourself, humble yourself. And give him praise. Almighty, Almighty, by the fuss where they are. John, check me out, check me. That's taking over the city, Say give Jah praise, Jah man, give Jah praise. No matter where you are, you're going. It's what you know, give him praises, to give him praise.
Yeah, I would just say give thanks. You don't know reggae.fr. You know, the something go for the blessing, for the defending of the reggae music since 25 years. You don't know reggae 24/7, the best music, enough respect, Sasha and the whole crew. You know the thing of the king of fire. Reggae.fr. What am I chat about? King of fire. Heard him up. Equal rights and justice for all. Rise and never fall. Boom. So what they gonna do? Well, not for them not true. Them this reggae FR and get slew, yeah. Who do you think you are? We're living in a small world. Small world. As wicked as you think you are. We're living in a small world. Small world. But as you think you are. We're living in a small world. As you think you are, we're living in a reggae that they far high. That day will come when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape and they will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see them handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae FIU them from the slum, yeah. And that day I will love to see their face for all those who related to the human race and try to take things out of place, run away to space, through them in a ace, wow. If you want a judgment, you want to get a taste. When them find out say that them can't escape, sadness they send and the people them trace. Smile on my face, that day will come when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when they will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see they handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae FIU them from the slum. Can't escape today, can't escape tomorrow. Make sure you pay back anytime you borrow. Make sure you don't left no life in a sorrow. Make sure you're lean and straight like arrow. Make sure your brains don't push out in a barrow. Make sure you don't make them walk out and borrow. Yeah, make sure your meditation is narrow. Reggae that FR. Alright then, take it up. I will remain the same. In Rastafari name. I watch them going up in flames. For all those innocent going down the drain. You have to pay for these shackles and chains, and pay for these washing of the brain, and pay for these guns and cocaine, the sick and the lame. Oh, that day will come when I stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape and they will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see they handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae. They fight them from the slum. Keep it burning, be on fire, young cool. Reggae that far, coming from so far. Oh, when we concluded. Blaze up.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Hebrew first words here for this 13th Rastafari sabbatical study here for this Shabbat strong here as we begin the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. Second book of Moses called Exodus here for the Hebrew first words for this 13th Rastafari sabbatical, this Torah portion, this reading and feeding the manna. Who? What is it? What is he? What's in this Torah portion right here? Here. Shema Yisrael Gevir here for the Hebrew first words right here as we pick up with the first chapter of the first verse, chapter 1, verse 1, second book of Moses, Hebrew book called Exodus, Hebrew first words for Shemot. We'el Shemot. Bnei Yisrael Habaim Mitzrayim Et Yaakov Isha Uveto Bau. Israel in Egypt, in Mitzrayim. Now these the names We'el Shemot. Now these, the names of the children of Israel. We'ele Shemota b'nei Yisrael, who came into Egypt. Habayim Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Jacob, with Yaakov. Eita Yaakov ish uveto Ba'u. Hebrew first words here for the second book of Moses, of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis. Shemot, Hebrew first words here. With Eile Shemot. Bnei Yisrael Habayim Mitzrayim Et Yaakov Ishau Veto Ba'u. Now these, the names, We'ele Shemot. Now these, the Shemot, We'ele Shemot, of the children, the sons of Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, who came, Habayim, into Egypt, Habayim Mitzrayim, every man and his household came with Yaakov. Eit Yaakov Ishau Veto Ba'u. Hebrew first words here for the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Exodus. Hebrew first words, Shemot, the names.
Having some difficulties in the mic connection. So give us a couple of moments, try to rectify it. First time this sort of a situation occurred, but this is one of the reasons why we're kind of like extending behind here, trying to figure out what's going on, with the connection. So give thanks, just to give you a FYI, what's going on right now. Might have to kind of cancel the broadcast because it's just kind of all over the place until we can resolve this kind of situation. But we're going to push through all the same right here, as we try to weed it out.
Weed out the vampire them. Weed out the hypocrites them. Weed out the bad seed them. Run. Jah know the time is so rough. Dre, Dre.
Of this world, Rastafari, most powerful and terrible God. Hail, beloved, peace be unto the eye. Welcome to this gathering of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. But the eye look as if all the troubles of this world are upon his shoulders. Come here, draw this chalice, and let these herbs, for the healing of the nation, heal your troubled mind. To the east, Africa. To the west, Jamaica, first Babylon. To the north, England, second Babylon. Babylonian triangle of captivity. Man travel down many roads, in many directions. All of them roads that man take, all of them journeys that man make, is but deceptions and vanities. Vanities and vanities that make man can't step forward out of Babylon. First leaving behind him the dirty filthiness of this dirty, corrupted and wicked Babylonian society. And step forward to Zion, forward to Africa, the first point of this triangle. Forward to I and I, Jah, Rastafari, Most High, Almighty God.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, give ear for the Shalishi, here for the third Aliyah, third up offering, third reading here for this Shabbat Shemot, here picking up the second book of Moshe, second book of Moses, Hebrew book called Exodus. Here, Exodus chapter 2, here at verse 11, Moses identifies himself with Yisrael, with Israel, with the Hebrews. Here, Shema Yisrael. Here, give ear for the Shalishi, the third reading here. Exodus chapter 2, verse 11. Waihi ba yamim hahem. Wayigdala Moshe, Wayitzaya illa echayo. Wayare Siva lotam wayare isha mitri make isha ibriya meya echayo. And it came to pass in those days when Moses was grown that he went out to his brethren and looked on their burdens, and he spied an Egyptian smiting an Hebrew, one of his brethren. Wayahi, and it came to pass, Wayahi, ba yamim hahem, in those days, Wayigdala Moshe, when Moshe was grown, Wayetzaya el chayo, that he went out to his brethren, and looked on their burdens. Isha mitzriya make isha ibriya me echayo. And he spied an Egyptian. Ish mitzri, smiting an Hebrew. Isha mitzriya make ish ibri me echayo. And Hebrew, one of his brethren, ish ibri me echayo. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Mitzri, the Egyptian, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, two men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, wherefore? Why smitest thou thy fellow? And he said, who made thee a prince and a judge over us, over I and I? Intendest thou to kill me as thou killest the Egyptian? And Moshe feared and said, surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priests of Midian had 7 daughters, And they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flocks. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, how is it that y'all are come so soon today? And they said, an Egyptian delivered us. An Egyptian delivered I and I out of the hand of his shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, for I, and watered the flock. And he said to his daughters, where he? And where is he? Why? Y'all have left the man. Call him that he may eat bread. Moshe, rejected by his brethren, takes a Gentile bride, takes a bride from another nation. Verse 21, and Moses was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moshe Zipporah, his daughter, and she bare a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the Melech of Mitzrayim, the king of Egypt, died, and the Bnei Yisrael sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up to Elohim, the true good, the true God, by reason of the bondage. And Elohim, the true good, the true God, heard their groaning. And Elohim, the true good, the true God, remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Yitzhak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim, the true good, the true God, looked upon the Bnei Yisrael, looked upon the children, the sons of Yisrael, and Elohim had respect. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rabbi, here for the fourth Aliyah, the fourth reading, the fourth Aliyah, the fourth up offering here for this Shabbat Shemot. Here picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called and known in English as Exodus. Exodus chapter 3, the call of Moshe, the call of Moses, the burning bush. Moshe haya ro'eh et tzona yitaroa chotano kohen Midian vayayina haga et hatzon ahara ha midbar vayayaboa el hara ha Elohim horeva. Now, Moshe, kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of Elohim, the true good, the true God, to Horeb. Moshe haya ro'eh etal ona yitaroa chotanoa kohena Midian. Now Moshe was keeping the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. Moshe haya ro'eh etas on yitaroa chotanoa kohena Midian. And he led the flock to the farthest end of the wilderness. Vayayin hagaeta hatzona achara hamidibar. ha-midbar, to the farthest end of the midbar. Wayaboa il hara Elohim horeva, and came to the mountain of Ha-Elohim. Wayavo il hara Elohim horeva, to Horeb, to Horeb. And the angel, the Melech of Yod-Heh, Yahweh, of Yahweh, of Yahweh, appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burnt with fire, and the bush not consumed. Wayayera malaki Yahuwah Elayoah Bi'lavata Esha Miyatoka Ha-Hasaneh. And the angel of Yod-Heh Yahweh Wayayera malaki Yahuwah Elayoah appeared to him Bi'lavata Eish, in a flame of fire. Bi'lavat Eish mitoka hasaneh, in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. Mitok hasaneh. Waya yare with hine hasaneh. Bo'era ba'esha, where hasaneh einenu ukal. And he looked, and behold, wayar wihine, behold, the bush burnt with fire. Hasaneh bo'era ba'esh. And the bush was not consumed. With hasaneh einenu ukal. Einenu ukal was not consumed, was not eaten up. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight. Why the bush is not burnt? Why Yomer Moshe? Asurana. And Moses said, I will turn aside now. Wayomer Moshe Asurana Ve'ere'eta hamar'e hagadol hazeh Madua lo yiv'ara hasaneh. And Moshe said, I will turn aside now and see this great sight. With er'eh eta hamar'eh hagadol hazeh. Why the bush is not burnt? Madua lo yiv'ara hasaneh. And when Yod-Heh Yahweh saw that, he turned aside to see. Elohim called to him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses. And he said, Here I am. Yahweh ki sara lirota vayikra layo Elohim mitoka hasaneh vayomer Moshe vayomer hineni. And he said, draw not nigh near hither here. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest, holy, set apart ground. Wayomer ala tikrava helom Shala ne aleka me ala ragaleka kia hamakoma ashara ata o meda alayo adamata kodeshu. Moreover, he said, I, the Elohim of thy father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, the Elohim of Jacob. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. Wayomer Anoki, Elohe Avika, Elohe Avraham, Elohe Yitzhak, Welohe Yaakov. Wayasatira Moshe Panayo, Kia Yare Meyahavita Ilaha Elohim. Moreover, he said, I, Anoki, Elohe Avika, I am the Elohim of Avika, of thy father, Wayomer. Anoki, Elohe Avika, Elohe Abraham, Elohe Yitzhak, Elohe Yaakov. I am the Elohim of thy father, of thy patriarch, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, the Elohim of Yaakov. Wayaseter Moshe Panayo ki yareya meyahavita ilaha Elohim. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God. The true Trinity is the Hebrew Trinity, Ha Elohim. And Yod-Heh Weh Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of Ami, my people which are in Mitzrayim, in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land to a good land, and to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. Now, therefore, behold, the cry of the Bnei Yisrael, of the children of the sons of Yisrael, is come to me, is come to I. And I have also seen the downpression wherewith the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, downpress them. Come now, therefore, that I will send thee to Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring me, my people, the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, Mitzrayim, out of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said to Elohim, who that I should go to Pharaoh, the great house, and that I should bring forth the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, Mitzrayim, out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt. And he said, certainly I will be with thee, the I, and this shall be a token to the I, that I have sent thee I, when thou hast brought forth the people, Mitzrayim, out of Egypt. Ye all shall serve Elohim, Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, upon this mountain. The revelation of the name, Yahweh, Jehovah, the revelation of the Hashem, the revelation of the name. Yod Hey Weh. Verse 13. And Moshe and Moses. And Moses said to Elohim. Moses said to Ha Elohim. Vayomer Moshe il Ha Elohim. Behold, when I come to the Bnei Yisrael, to the sons, the children of Yisrael, and say to them, the Elohim of your fathers, of your patriarchs have sent I to you. And they shall say to me, what Shemo, what is his name? What shall I say to them? Vayomer Moshe el ha-Elohim, hine anoki ba il bnei Yisrael, Marti lahem Elohei abotekem shelachini eleikem amru li ma shmo Ma Omara Elohim. And Moses said to Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, the true Trinity is the Hebrew Trinity. Vayomer Moshe il Ha Elohim. Hine, behold, Anoki, Ba il Bnei Yisrael. Behold, when I am come to the children of Yisrael, Hine, Anoki, Ba il Bnei Yisrael. With Amartia Lahem Elohe Evotekem Shelachni Elechem. The Elohim of your fathers, your patriarchs, have sent I to you, and they shall say to me, with Amruli, Ma Shemo. What is Shemo? What is his name? Ma Shemo. Ma Omar Elohim. What shall I say to them? And Elohim said to Moshe, I am that I am. And he said, thus, like this, shalt thou say to the Bnei Yisrael, to the sons, the children of Yisrael, I am, sent me, you. Vayomer Elohim il Moshe, Ehyeh Hasher Ehyeh. And Elohim said to Moses, Vayomer Elohim il Moshe, Ehyeh Hasher Ehyeh. Vayomer Koh Tomar Livnei Yisrael. Ehyeh shelachani eleikem. Ehyeh asher ehyeh. And he said like this, Koh tomar, thus shalt thou say, Koh tomar livnei Yisrael, to the sons of Yisrael, Ehyeh shelachani. Ehyeh has sent me, Eleikem, to you all, to y'all. The commission of Moshe. The commission of Moshe, verse 15. And Elohim, true good, the true God, said moreover to Moshe, thus like this shalt thou, the I, say to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children, to the sons of Yisrael. Yod Hey Weh Yahweh, the Elohim of your fathers, your patriarchs, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, the Elohim of Yaakov, have sent I to you, to y'all. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations. Vayomer Oda Elohim illa Moshe Koh Tomara illa Bnei Yisrael Yahweh Elohei Avotekem, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzhak, Elohei Yaakov, Shelachani Elekem, Ze Shmi Le Olam, We Ze Zikaria Le Dor. And Elohim said moreover to Moshe, why Yomer Od Elohim el Moshe, thus thus shalt thou say, Tomar, thus shalt thou say to the children, the sons of Israel, Tomar el bnei Israel. Yahweh, Yod, Hey, Weh, Yahweh, Elohei, Avotekem. Yahweh, the Elohim of your fathers, of your patriarchs, Yahweh, Elohei, Avotekem. Elohei Avraham, the Elohim of Abraham, Elohei Yitzhak, the Elohim of Isaac, Elohei Yaakov, the Elohim of Jacob. Shelachani Elekem, have sent I to you all. Shelachani Elekem, Zeh Shemi Le Olam. This, my name, Shemi, Le Olam, forever, Zeh Shemi Le Olam, with Zeh Zikriya Le Dor, and this with Zeh, and this with Zeh Zikri Le Dor, and this is my memorial, Zikri Le Dor, to all generation. Yes, Shalom, Habarim, Shalom, Shavuot Tov, Malcolm Sament, Isla for a good 7 here. Do we say Happy New Year again? Well, season's greetings, brothers and sisters, here at the top of this Western Gentile year. Let's just begin right here at the top of this Western Gentile year. So we are here in the second book, right? The second book of Moshe. The second book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Exodus, the movement of Jah people, as I Rastafari, the Rhema word on that. So we have completed the first book in this sabbatical Shana, right? And here at the top of this Western Gentile year, we begin the second book, or Shemot. First words, Hebrew first words, We'ele, and these, literally, and these. The translator says that the KJV, the Targum there, the interpretation says, now these are the name. We'ele, We'ele, and We'ele, and these, Shemot. Now, Shemot is interesting. The Shemot, if some of the Habarim are using some of the Bible, like the software there with the Strong's Concordance, and you go over that, the Shemot, you go over the words right there. Let me show you right while I'm talking about right here. It's a little easier to show you, right, than to maybe just tell you about it. But when you go to for example, we're using the word software. You see Shemot right there. I just want to note this just at the top. Hopefully we'll get to, get into that a little bit more. But the Peshat, just getting an overview, just an overview right here. All right, an overview. Because still from the first book, there are many themes and points and even pressure points that continue to resonate here in the biblical historical narrative. We're about 400 years roughly later on, right? Because the total time in Egypt, 430 years, right? So we're roughly like 300 going into, remember, Moses is not born just yet. Remember, Moses really picks up on the Exodus theme when he's about 80 years old, right? So Moses is not even born yet. So if you think about it, 430 years, Moses, 80 years old. That means we take off 80 years. If we take off 80 years from the 430 years, then we'll have something roughly around 370 years. 370 years, roughly. All right, so as we begin off the second book of Moses, all right, the Hebrew book of Exodus, the Sefer, the Cipher, all right, the Cipher, the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names, we are about between 370 to 400 years, right? 400 years of the sojourn. This is one of the dwelling places of Yaakov, as even Jacob is mentioned in the very first verse, even though we know from the previous Torah portion, the 12th, which fulfilled chazak, where nit chazik, in other words, be strong, may I be strengthened. This is what we say when we complete a book of Torah within the sabbatical studies. And completing that book, chazak, be strong, chazak, where nit chazik, and may I be strengthened, yasha koach, may the I strength be firm, right? May be upright, may be firm. Now, as we begin here, the second book, we have to take into context what has already been told to us, what we have learned, what we have heard from the Word in the sabbatical study from the previous Torah portion. So here we are at the 13th sabbatical study, weekly Torah portion, and here we begin off with the 13th Torah portion. We begin off with the second book. Now, the Hebrew key word is Shemot. Shemot. And Shemot is just not only the key word. Let me just say this right here. Download the volume 2, brothers and sisters. The TPV2. Shemot, Hebrew Book of Exodus. You find the PDF on Rastafari Groundation.org and on all Ilaful Rastafari sites and links as well. Like, share, subscribe, don't hate, donate, support the mission of the LOJ Society, the mission of the King of Kings Christ. Yes, So here, just going through this right here, we're in the PDF, just showing the PDF right here. Boom. There it goes right there, Shemot. Now the spacing, because the particular font type, that's why the sheen is separated from the meme or the meme and the wow and the tav or the toe. So we have Shemot right there. Shemot, names, the names. Bamarinya, the Metzav Kedus, the Book of the Seven Seals, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Kedemah, Haile Selassie, the root of David. We have in the Royal Order Bible, the Amharic, the authorized Amharic, Semoch. And this second book is known as the Orit, the Torah, the Ethiopic Torah, the Orit Ze'at. The Orit, the Torah of the coming out, or of the Exodus. So here we have the Hebrew book of the Exodus, Torah portion, volume 2, TPV, Torah portion, volume 2. So get a copy, get a read, and we use it as a companion study. And the reason being is that there's so much content in each of the Torah portions, and it's very important, especially for, the newcomers, the brothers and sisters and disciples, to just get a peshat, a kind of an overview. First is the history, and then comes the mystery, right, or the myth story, right? So here we're looking at I spiritual ancestors. Also, I is the once lost, now found, the black sheeple of the Beta Israel. I historical ancestors, but also the mythological ancestors. Yes, I said it, the mythological ancestors, because, see, Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egypts, right? And he was mighty in word and in deed. So there we find the keys even of so-called Egyptology, quote, unquote. Now, the Torah portions, right, in the second book of the Torah, what's known as Exodus, is known in the Hebrew as Shemot, or the names. There are 11 portions, right? So we have 11 bite-sized Torah portions, or
11
loaves of bread, right, that we read, and the sabbatical read, right? So we have Shemot, this first self-named parsha right here, Shemot, the names, Vayera, or Vayera, Bo, Beshalach, Yitro, Mishpatim, Teruma, Tetzaweh, or Tetzaveh, but really Tetzaweh, Ki Tisa, Wayachel, and we have Pekudei. Right, these are the 11 portions we have. So now from the first book, we had 12. So here we have 11, and we begin off with the 13th, Shemot. Right, so as a basic overview, we have Shemot, Shemos, as some Jews or the Khazarians or some speakers would speak it, Shemos, but it's really a te and not a samek or a sin. It's Shemot. Shem means name, the name, and Shemot means the names. Bamarinya, we have Semoch. So we see a very clear reflection, right, of the children, the testament of the children of the Ethiopians and the children of Israel, another fulfillment of the Amos 9 and 7 word right there. So we have names. It's the second word and the first distinctive word of the Parsha, of this Torah portion. Now, this is the 13th weekly Torah portion, as the Item should know, and I annual line of the tribe of Judah, we the black Jews, I Rastafari sabbatical Torah portion reading and feedings, and it's the first in the book of Exodus, and it constitutes Exodus chapter 1, verse 1 to 6 and 1, and we as black Jews in this Western dispersion, diaspora, in all the countries, we read and feed upon this in the 13th Sabbath after the joy of Jalor, the Simchat Torah, generally in late December, or here we're at the first of the year, January. Amen. So this is part of the PDF right here, but we're going to this section right here. This first section, summary, the summary of the contents. Right? What is a summary? What is the summary of the contents that we have here? Let's do this right here and return to some of this Torah portion, some of the eye candy, the visuals, right? The visuals that we are using to help to teach and bring out, so that ones can know the truth for themselves. So we have right here, Shemot. Let's paste this over here. And this is a summary of some of the contents that we have. We have, firstly, the affliction, beginning off with the affliction in Mitzrayim. So it's first mentioned as, we say Mitzrayim. People say, well, is it Mitzrayim or is it Mitzrayim? It's Mitzrayim and Mitzrayim. Right now, Mitzrayim is more of a singular sense, and Mitzrayim is a plural sense. We'll touch on that, make a note of that, Chabarim, to get into what is the difference between these two that we find in the Masoretic or in the Hebrew glyphs, the hieroglyphs, the Masoretic script. So we have, firstly, the affliction in Egypt, or in Kemet, if you please, in Egypt, right? Second, we have the birth of the deliverer, right? The liberator of the baby Muse, the baby Moshe, the baby Moses, right? The third item is Moses in Midian, Moses in the land of Midian. What and where is Midian, and what's the relationship of Midian with the Ethiopians? Because Moses, he married, Jethro, he's a priest of Midian, and then we have the Ethiopian wife. Well, look at that link right there. But Moses in Midian, which is actually, just to put this out there, is actually Midian is in Saudi Arabia. Let's just point that out right there. So what's known today as Saudi Arabia is ancient Midian, the land of the Midianites. Okay, the fourth item, we have 7 items right here. The fourth item we have is the call. So long, right? Rastafari, call you. Call. Many are called, few are chosen. We have the calling of Moshe, the calling of Muse, the calling of Moses. The fifth item is the circumcision on the way. While on that way to fulfill the call, the circumcision on the way, or in the way, right, as it were, but the circumcision on the way to deliver the Hebrews and the Benai, the children of Israel. The sixth item is the meeting of the elders, the meeting of the elders of Israel. Then we have the seventh item in this 13th Torah portion here, beginning off the second book, the Hebrew book of Exodus. We have Moses, Moshe, before Lifnei Paro, before Pharaoh, before the ancient, commit to you, the ancient Mitzrayim federal government, Pharaoh, the federal government of the ancient land that we know Hebraically speaking as Mitzrayim. So we have these 7 items right here: the affliction in Egypt, the baby Moses, Moses in Midian. Now, each one of these items right here, is just a beautiful meditation and a reasoning, because, one's saying, well, who taught you the Bible? I would say the spirit of truth is teaching iron. We're learning, we're growing, we are iron sharpening iron, growing in grace and the knowledge of Adonai Yeshua HaMashiach, and Black Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So we have the affliction in Egypt, baby Moses, Moses in Midian, the calling of Moses, circumcision on the way, the meeting of the elders, and Moses before Pharaoh. Now, under each of these main summary items, right, these main summary items, we can say this is almost like in this part of the series right here, these are like the scenes and kind of episodes. They are like, other sub-scenes and sub-episodes. So there might be some point here or there that ones and ones I and I might go into, zoom in. This is just getting an overview, an overview right here of what is in this Torah portion. Amen. So let's get with the first reasonment, a little bit on the first reasonments right here, based on the first words, as we have just given a brief summary of what is contained in this 13th, generally speaking. Just an overview of what is contained within this Torah portion and what's baked in this bread, right? This Torah portion, sabbatical, read and read. So we begin off right here with chapter 1. Chapter 1 of Exodus. It introduces the theme of the bond age. So we have the theme, right, of the bond age, right, the theme of the bondage, right, the bondage or the servitude, as it's an interesting word. Let's make a note of that. What is the Hebrew word for bondage? Just make a note, Kabarim. What's the Hebrew word for bondage, and what does it mean? Because some people would say, they were enslaved in slavery, and there is a foreshadowing of what has befallen the Israelites and the once lost, now found, the black sheep of the Beta Israel in these latter days and times, as per Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68, what would befall Israel, the curses for disobedience. And this is a key area of scripture that both identifies who we be, right? We, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah here in this North Country and in the Caribbean and throughout all the countries that I and I have been scattered. But mainly the epicenter of prophecy is this North Country, right, where we have Judahites and the tribe of Judah, right? So weep not, behold, the line of the tribe of Judah shall break every chain. So this Torah portion begins with the theme of bondage in Mitzrayim or Mitzrayim, and it shows the intensifying opposition to the fulfillment of the promises given earlier. Right? There were promises given earlier to the Hebrew patriarchs, to the patriarchs of the Hebrews and of the children of Israel. Let's make a note of this right here, that the children of Israel and the term Hebrews, they are related, but they're not necessarily synonymous. A lot of folks, when we speak about the Hebrews is more of a religio-spiritual, like a religious spiritual identification. See, a lot of people look at the Hebrews as a ethnological, like the ethnic group in a sense, and it's not really. But when we're looking at the children of Israel, right, we can see more that seed people. So we say the black sheep on that level. But Hebrew is similar to say, as many one will say, if you're spiritually conscious, let me put it like that. If you're spiritually conscious of the King of Kings Christ, of the black Messiah, right? If you're spiritually conscious of being a child of the King, the King of Kings, on that level, that is how the terminology, whether you are Jew, right, black or brown, black sheep, or Gentile, whether black, white, or Asian, or, whatever the other nations you might be, because there's a call there. We also have that foreshadowed in the blessing, the baraka of the patriarch, Abinu Yaakov Bahar, right, to Yawasaf, or Yosef, to Joseph, right, in the link with Ephraim and being a company, a multitude of nations, right, of the Goyim, right, of the nation. So we can see that what is fulfilled in the Brit Chadash, the renewed covenant, or called the New Testament, the groundation is already found here in HaTorah, right, in the first, and as we continue here in the second book. But there's opposition, there's downpression, there's opposition, there are haters and enemies, right, to that fulfillment of the yea and the amen. The yea and the amen, or some of you will say amen, but really amen. Amen and amen is a little bit different there, but let's go forward right here. So this opposition, right, to the promises, right, that were previously given, earlier given, right, to the Hebrew patriarchs. So we have Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, or the Hebrew Trinity, right? So the first 7 verses, as we pick up right here with this second book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Exodus, we have the first 7 verses. They announce the theme. The theme is the B'nai Yisrael's prosperity, their increase and their abundance and their prosperity in Mitzrayim, in Egypt. That's the first part, right? First 7 verses. Then we have the second section, verses like 8 to 14, right? These verses here, just in the first chapter, right, just a peshat, the overview, they report continued prosperity in spite of the deliberate downpression and persecution. Now, we have to note this right here, that this persecution, downpression, and opposition is rising up generations later. All right, let's overstand that. Generations later, we have a Pharaoh in the time of Yawasaf, of Yosef, of Joseph, who we can say was a good Pharaoh, right? At least good in accordance with the purposes and provisions that the Almighty had so set in our brother Joseph, and that Pharaoh, right, was good in that view, right? But now here we have the evil, right? We have a whole change of government. Now, I don't want to rush ahead so much, but just to keep it with the context both of the narrative then and the Rhema word right now, because ain't there a new president, right? Could be the first Trump. It might as well be the last. Many more will have to. You know, you don't know the tune, don't you? By and I, Rastafari Joseph, Brahana Selassie, a.k.a. Robert Nesta Marley, better known as Bob Marley. But let's move it forward. So in the second section of chapter 1, verses 8 to 14, as we said, it reports that in spite of the down pressure, in spite of the persecution, in spite of the mix-up moves and attitudes, Jah people are still prospering, right? Still pushing forward, right? In spite of that. Now we have a third section, all in chapter 1 of Moses' second book, Exodus, right? The third section of chapter 1, verses 15 to 21, explains the prosperity as a divine favor to Jah people. In spite of this foul, the foul of the Exodus, right? And we refer to the foul of the Exodus, the evil foul of the Exodus, right? In spite of foul of the Exodus's covert and this new king, right? The Sutin Net, Sutin Bat, right? His covert attempts, right? Sounds like a COINTELPRO type of attempts at controlling mind control, controlling the population, controlling Jah people, controlling the sons of Hashalush, the sons of Selassie, the sons of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Now, there's the final verse, right? The final verse records the culmination of all this action that's going on right here. And remember, what we're getting in these chapters is not just 1 year, so to speak, right? But it's like a time period. It's like us looking at the past 400 years in this wilderness of North America, right? Looking at the past, like 40 years. Look at the last 40 years. How much has changed from 40 years ago to the present time, right? Let's look a little bit more, like 100 years. Remember, from 1865, and then, you know, what happened in 1965. So we need to look at these times, right, and really recognize what the historical and the narrative is telling us, right, and rightly, right, study to shew ourselves approved, to rightly divide or explain the word of truth, right? So, in the final verse, it records the culmination in the developing of this ancient Egyptian COINTELPRO, this tyranny, and provides a transition to the next section. And the next section is where this new king, where the federal government of ancient Egypt, the Pharaoh commands, Pharaoh, the great house, the Aperti, right, commands the open murder, right, to destroy the black boys, the Hebrew boys, right, to destroy the Hebrew boys, right. Now remember, the Hebrews, we have these terminologies, the B'nai Yisrael, literally the sons of Israel, often translated as sons or the children of Israel, right? Then we have the Ha-Ibrim, or the Aperu in ancient Egypt. Aperu, you find them on the monuments. You have the Ibrim, the Ha-Ibrim, right, the Hebrews. And then during the time of the Exodus, there's this mixed multitude. Right, so there's a mixed multitude Hebrews, but these are how they identified as those who were a part of that, we could say, royal family, the sons of Israel, the children of Israel. So they were royalty, right, even while they were in Egypt. But now, covertly is coming a captivity. Covertly is coming a time of oppression. Right, you know, and it's so similar, ain't it? You know, when we just look around, it could be the first trumpet, huh? It could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last, you know, because remember, there's a call, all right? Many are called, but few choose really to answer that call. But there is this open, right, there's this open murder of the males of the children of Israel. Now, how interesting we can look at Margaret Sanger's and planned abortions, planned murderhood, you know, what are planned, yeah, okay, man, you know, you stop for a moment, people say, oh, well, this is all just symbolic. Yeah, it's symbolism, it's symbolic of real, of the real. Because sometimes when you really look at all of the real and to try to describe it all, to regurgitate it all in detail is a little bit too much. So here we have a summary, but we can also see this reflection because whatever happened to the patriarchs, right, and the matriarchs will also happen to their descendants even in the latter days. In the latter days of this Western Gentile, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant world system, this Babylonian times of the Gentile world system. That's what we're speaking about. Because some people talk, the end of the world, like everything is, and then what happened? You see, because they're not studying to show themselves approved. But Habarim, let's keep pushing it forward. So we have the power of Ha-Elohim, right? The true Netaru, right? The power of Ha-Elohim is revealed in the chapter as the people flourish, even under and in spite of the forces of evil. It's almost like I people, right? So-called black sheep, right? It's like, even in spite of it, it's like they be trying to have a good time and they still pushing it forward, moving forward, right? I'm not saying that it's always, without incidences. You see what I'm saying? But overall, this confuses the devil. You know what I mean? I mean, the demonic, minded men and people, the evil-minded men and people, whether they are black or white. Remember, we're talking about black folks, right, amongst black folks here. Let's just get it straight, don't get it twisted. Black folks among black folks. You see? And that right there provides, I think, a good context to it, so that we can mature and that we can grow. However, by the turn of affairs at the end of the chapter, the reader, the reader and the hearer may be left with a question. There might be a question. Any questions about this? There might be a question when you come to the end of the chapter about the power of Ha-Elohim. What can Elohim do? What can he do? Right? The true Elohim, the Elohim of the Trinity, right? The true power of the Trinity, even the first power of the Trinity. This is good Hebrew narrative. We have a very, this is why this area of scripture, even though we have, gone over it in the previous Shana, and sometimes, we will test or vet out certain theories. You come across a theory, one say, well, actually, this area of scripture is way talking about that, or they say, oh, Moses and the Israelites did this or didn't do that, or they stole this, all this crap, all this garbage. But sometimes it's best to really put these to the serious test scientifically according to the gnosis and the knowledge. So we have to study it, right? So we have a good Hebrew narrative that with ones who have an ear to hear what the Spirit, the Ruach, the Irid is saying to I, the members of the body of the King of Kings Christ, the true church. He is I, Rosh, Ras, right? It should move I through the tension after tension. It's like situation after situation, after one situation, something else, tension after tension, to reveal the sovereign power and the majesty, right, of Adonai Jah, Rastafari, the majesty, right? But also there's a call for faith, the true emuna, right, the true imnet, that true, the true subjective aspect of our objective faith. And in the language, you say the objective faith, we call in the Hebrew the Amen, right? The Amen, right? Subjective faith is the Imnet, right? So we have in the Hebrew Amen, and the subjective faith is the Emunah, right? So there's a call for that growing of our faith every step, right, of Yahweh. So we do have to watch I step. When I say the steps in our studies, how we are growing, like meditating on the word, right? Reasoning, iron sharpen iron. Now, there's some areas of the Hebrew here that hopefully we'll follow up on this first verse, right? And just break down some of the elementals. Now these, right? Now these are the names. Why is this significant? Why does Moshe start out, like seeing where we have left off or where we concluded and fulfilled with the first book, the Hebrew book of Genesis? Why begin off with this language? All right, let's break that down, some of the first reasonings on the first word. So stay tuned for that. Chabarim. Yes, 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 Chabarim.
Yes. All right, so we got the mic again. Give thanks to the web. web mistress. Give thanks, Sister Titna. Yes, I, for the help and assistance right there. Give thanks to the woman. Yes, especially here, even in this narrative, within the Exodus narrative, there is the midwives, calling for the midwives, calling for the midwives. Now, here we were showing in the, once we got back connected, we started to, try to resume with the what we was going to present, and just picking up right here, about an hour and a half or so went through with this mic connection problems. But here we're being heard again. Here we're at Shemot. Shemot means the names. Shemot means the names. These are the names. So here, let's just be able to show some of this as we go through it right here. Let's bring this up right here. You see Shemot right there. And then we open up the scriptures. Let's open up the scriptures right here to the first words. Okay, these are some of the TPVs. We call TPVs, Torah portion, like volume 1, volume 2. That picture right there is like an Isis, Osset, when she gave, allegedly, according to a legend, that is actually recorded way after Moses in Egypt. So there's a legend in ancient Egypt that's recorded way after Moses, I think in the time of either the Greeks or sometime around then, concerning when Orset, aka the one the world calls ISIS, Orset, even though ISIS now stands for the Islamic states, stands for the Islamic States, a whole different thing. Ain't that interesting that ISIS now stands for the Islamic States? But actually, that was the Greek way of bringing out the Orset. Now, we touched on the fact that Orset, right? We have the Hebrew Aleph, Sin, Sheen, and Tau, right? Often pointed as Eshet, Eshet. Now, Eshet, right? Eshet, let's bring this up right here. Eshet, right, means from Isha. So we have Isha, right? Isha, woman, when it is in a constructive state, in the Hebrew, that's a little technical right there. It is Eshet, right? Like we have the virtuous woman is the Eshet Chayil. In the Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, Eshet Chayil. If we repoint that, the Eshet, the Aleph, the A, the S/SH, it could be a S sound, or it could be syllabated, it could be Se or She, speaking about the Hebrew Sin and Sheen, right? The letter Sin, right? Also pointed at Sheen. In the later Asherit Hebrew, often it's a pointing, it's a dot that distinguishes the two, whether it is a Sin, right, or whether it's a Sheen. For example, today, one might say Selassie, but in ancient times it would have been Shalassie, right? Shalassie. In Hebrew, we have Shalash, Shalish, Shalosh, for 3, right? Just to bring out that particular point right there. But the legend later on was recorded. We'll touch on that as well and point to reference to that. So we found it interesting that the famous story of Isis or Set, right? Eshet, right? Giving birth to the Cheru in Ethiopic means chosen one, right? Cheru, right? Cheru, right? Often spelled as Heruy or Herui within English, right? Now in Hebrew we have the Bachir. It's interesting because Moshe is called Bachiri. So we have the Ethiopic, right? Cheru, and Cherui, and we have the Hebrew Bachir, and Moshe being called the Bachiri, right? It says Moses, the chosen. Let me see right here if we can just show that right here. Let's just do this right here. Moses. Let's go Moses. Okay, how are we typing that? Okay, Moses, right? And I think it is chosen. Let's just go chosen. There we go, right there. You see right there in Psalm 105:26, he sent Moshe Abdo, his servant, Abdo, and Aaron here, who he had chosen, right? And then we have Psalm 106, verse 23. Therefore, he said that he would destroy them, had not Moshe his chosen, right? His chosen. So, looking at the word chosen, you can see the term, the Hebrew term is Bachir, Bachir, not Bachir, not Bachir, but Bachir, 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 Bachir. That means chosen, right? Chosen one, right? Elect. Now we have the sense of the elect of God, right? The elect of God. And them hard Siyum, Exiavia. Right? Now, Shiyum, interesting, the Ethiopic term Shiyum, right? Shiyum is related to the Afro Semitic for name, the Shem, the word Shem. Siyum, the ancient, Shiyume, the elect of, the named, to say like the named of Exia, the named of God. So here, just to prove that point right here, in these two verses. So over here, it refers to Aharon, right, as the Bahar, the one who is Bahar, right, the one who was chosen. So here, Bahar is the verb, Bahar, to choose. He was chosen, he was elect, he was decided for, he was selected, right? To select. Bahar, right? You see the verb right there. Over here in 106:23, right? It says, had not Moshe, right, his chosen. And now here it has the noun. Let me scroll down here. You see the noun? This is the noun. The noun is from the verb, right? So the noun, let's go over here. The noun, Bahir, right, is from Bahar. So just to make that correspondence, isn't that interesting that there's these close connection, right, which would not have been lost on the ancients, right? Since in speaking these languages, they, like we see similarities in words, right? Even across certain different languages, we could say, wow, that's interesting. Over there, they say this. Over there, they say that. Could it be, way back when they all had one tongue, and one set of words that, it was actually one, but later on dialects, developed, so forth and so on. All right. So right here, just to bring this out a little further, right? Just a little further right here. Let's just go to the verse so we can hear the fuller verse. So here it says, Shalach Moshe Abdo Ahiron Asher Bahar Ba'u. So here it says in the Hebrew, it says Shalach, he sent. Shalach, Shalach, Shalach. He sent Moshe Abdo. He sent Moses Abdo, his servant, Aharon, Aaron, Asher, the one who, Bahar, he chose, Ba'u, in it, the one he chose in it, right? Or in him, right? Bahar, Ba'u, right? So this is the phrase here concerning Aaron being the one that was Bahar in it. And then we go over here to the second verse. There's only two verses where we have Moses connected with the idea of chosen, right? And here, let's go over here. Let's go back one more time. Okay, let's do this. Here we go, right here. View more. Here we go. Compare. Let's go to the Hebrew. Let's go to the Hebrew, right? Here it says, Wayomer le hashmidam. Wayomer, and he said, Wa and Yomer, he said, Wayomer, and he said, Le Hashmidam, and he said, to destroy them, to Hashmid to destroy them, Le Hashmidam, right? Lule, except, unless, Lule, except Moshe, Bechiro. So here he is called Bechiro. Interesting, Bechiro sounds like the English hero, right? And hero sounds like Heru, right? Bechiro. Moshe Bechiro Ahmad, right? unless Moses, his chosen, right, his elect, Bechiro, Ahmad, stood, right, Ba, Peretz, right, like, except that he stood, like, in the breach. Now, notice over here, yeah, they got breach right here, the breach, the Peretz, right here, the gap, the breach, right? So Moses stood in the breach, right? Lifanayo, before his face, before his presence, to say before him. Li Hashib, Le Hashib, to shub, to turn, right? Le Hashib, Hamato. Interesting word, Hamato. So we know that Noah had three sons, right? Shem, Ham, and Japhet. So the word Hamato, the word that's highlighted right there, let's bring this down. Hamato corresponds to his wrath, his Hama, his Chema, Hama. Now this comes from the word Ham, right? Ham, which means to be hot, right? Right, Ham, also relative and related to the name of the son known as Ham. They say Ham or Ham, which means hot, right? Contextually, it can mean rage, hot displeasure, but the basic meaning of it is heat. It's heat, right? But the Hama is like burning heat, right? Figuratively, rage, right? Hama. See, from the root Yaham. Yaham is the verb. It means to be hot, right? To be hot is a couple of different senses. It can mean to be hot sexually. It can mean to be in heat, right? But it's just a basic word to be hot. And also it can have a sense of to conceive. You know, like when they say animals are in heat, so to speak, right? But the basic meaning of Yaham, right, to be Ham, is to be hot. In the figurative sense, it can mean to conceive. So even there, we can see even a link with the name of Ham. But it says, unless he had what? Lule Moshe Bechiro Amada Ba Peretz Lifanayo Lehashib Hamato. Lehashib, to turn, Hamato, to turn his heat, because Yahweh was about to go ham. He's about to go, we say he's about to go ham. He's about to go ham. We say in English ham, right? But in Hebrew, this sense will be ham. He's about to go ham. And his going ham is called Hamato. His Hama, right, is called Hamato. Hash, may hash heat, right? To turn his wrath, may from hash heat, right? From hashchit come from shahat, from destroying and ruining them. So here, just to show these kind of two parts here with Moses, just to see some of the correspondence and in studying the Hebrew, and from the little bit of ancient Egypt that is more known, you know, their language, their linguistics, since it, according to the narrative, the Israelites, right, and the Hebrews were in Mitzrayim. So it's interesting as we study both the Hebrew, right, and then study some of the ancient Egyptian or the ancient Mitzrayim, the Ren, you know, the language, linguistics, we can see this kind of correspondence there. But here, right, let's go to this first word right here. So here in Exodus, here's where we begin, right, the second book, where it says, now these are the names. Here's the verse right here. Now these are the names. Yeah, big up, Shifra and Puah, call for the midwives. Now these are the names. You see the word names as a singular, right? When you look up in the dictionary, it'll bring out the basic, the root, the singular form, whether as a verb or as a noun. Here we have the root, right, of this second book, right? Here's the word Shem. So Shem, some people say Shem, like the Semites, the Shemites. This is Shem, so forth and so on. But here's the thing I want to share with the brothers and sisters. Nowadays, we'll say, okay, this one was Ham, this one was Shem, this one was Japheth. When we say the biblical narratives, they don't really follow that idiocy. Yes, they know who they are, but they break down into nations and peoples and groups. right? And many times there are cross matings, that occur, but yes, there is a lot of relevance to, who your father is, right? Not the only relevance, but there is a lot of relevance to who your father is. It's not like you are what your father is, but in the descent of genealogy and people, groups, so forth and so on, yes, it does matter who your father is. There's a modern saying, mama's baby, father's maybe. Right? We'll touch on that, right? So the Shem right here, the Shem means name, right? The Shem means name, right? The Shem is a basic word that means name. See, when we just touched on the verses concerning Aaron, who was chosen, and Moshe, who is called the chosen, Bachiro, right? Remember, Aaron was chosen in it. He was chosen in it. He was chosen for it. Bahar Ba'u, right? That was in the Psalms that we just touched on. And in Psalm 106, we have Moshe, right? Bachiro, 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 right? His Bachir, his chosen. And then we touched on the word Ham, Hamat, speaking of the anger, the wrath, or the heat, right? The heat of Yahweh, right? The root of that relates to the second, some call it the second son of Noach, right? Some call him the middle son, Ham, right? Ham. So Ham means heat. Ham means heat, and Shem means name. So as we study the Hebrew, we'll come across this word many times, these words many times in addition to the particular characters, right, that we have, like in Genesis, in Genesis concerning Noah and his sons, right? That means from a Hebrew perspective, we're not limited to just seeing, when we say Shem and Ham, every time we see Shem and Ham, it has to speak about Shem, the man Shem. Every time we see the name Ham, is speaking about the man called Ham, or in other vernacular called Kam, like in Kam Kemet, right? Check. So this book here that's called Exodus is the English, right, from the Greek, right? So we get the name Exodus to the second book from the Greek, right, in the English, but coming from the Greek, right? Because the word for Exodus in Hebrew is Yetziah, Yetziat, Yetziah, Yetziah, to come out, right? But the name of the book from a Hebrew perspective, the second book is known as Shemot. As the name of the first book called Genesis is known as Bereshith, Bereshith. And we pointed to the link of Reshith and wisdom, right, from a Hebrew perspective. So that means that studying the English, we won't see these correspondences, right? We only see what the translator has given us, right? But as we start to study the source text, or we start to go beyond the web page of it, the web page, when we say like the web page and getting to the source code, getting to the source code is getting to what the Hebrew words really are, right? So the Hebrew name for the second book, the Sefer Shemot, is known as the Book of the Names, as the first book is known as In Wisdom, properly translated. Most don't translate it like this now, but hopefully ones and ones studying it, will see that we are right and accurate. Hallelujah. Right? That Bereshith means in wisdom, in Chokmah, right? Chokmah is known as wisdom. In this Hebrew divine feminine principle, Chokmah, wisdom, right? As it says, the reverence of Yahweh, the respect of Yahweh, called the fear of Yahweh, is the beginning of wisdom, is the beginning of Chokmah, right? But that's not our point right now. We can touch more on Reshith and Bereshith. We fulfilled that particular book here in the season. Here's where we're at right here of Exodus, right? So the English, book of Exodus. The Hebrew, the book of the names, right? So let's just make a note of that. In Hebrew, this book is known as the book of the names. This changes the perspective of it, doesn't it? The book of the names, right? These are the names, right? These are the names of the children of Israel, or more correctly, these are the names of the sons of Israel. So usually the phrase children of Israel is directly translated, come from the root in the Hebrew, is the sons of Israel. So these are the children of Israel. Correctly is these are the B'nai, sons of Yisrael, who came into Mitzrayim. We've touched on this as well. Some like to say Kemet, 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 but Kemet does not refer to all of the land. It does not refer to the whole land. It only refers to the agricultural ground. What we find is that at the end, right, at the end of the first book, right, in the Joseph story, when we touch on the first book, Bereshith or Genesis, we find that there's this whole narrative about famine. There was famine in the land, and how the natives, the people, the Mitzrayim, right, the Tawians, we call the ancient Egyptians from Egyptology studies and Kemetic studies, we call them the Tawians because they referred to the two lands as Tawi. So the ancient Mitzrayim, ancient Egyptians referred to ancient Egypt as Tawi in the earliest times. The kings even said that they were rulers of the Tawi. Tawi, Tawi, would be a basic way to transliterate it into English, the Tawi. In the Hebrew, the Hebrews refer to ancient Egypt as Mitzrayim. So what does Mitzrayim mean? It means the double straits. So we see a correspondence there. The ancient Egyptians called their land the Tawi. One part was the Kemet, right? And one part was the Dershet. One part was the reddish brown, or the so-called, quote, black land, more correctly, the reddish brown ground. And the other part, the east, was the Kemet, right? And the west was the Dershet, or was the desert, right? Egypt is known as the two lands in two ways. Let me say that again. Ancient Egypt is known as the two lands in two ways. Now, this is testified from ancient Egyptian archaeology, right? And this is also testified from a true reading of the Hebrew scripture. We're just showing you this here, Mitzrayim, with the double straits. So ancient Egypt is known as the two lands in two ways, one upper and lower. This is what most people will say, upper and lower Egypt, upper and lower Egypt, upper and lower. This is true. But it's also the second way that ancient Egypt is known as the two lands, right? The left and the right, or the east and the west, right? The east side was known as the Kemet, or the agricultural rich ground, right? And the west side was known as the desert. The east side, more farming went on the east side because they received the nutrient rich soil that came down, from the highlands of Kush, the highlands of Ethiopia, that came down during the inundation times, and it flowed into the valley. And they collected this and they did different things, the ancient Egyptians, because they regularly expected that rich topsoil, that rich earth, the rich, we could say the Kemet. So actually, Kemet literally came from Kush. Kemet literally came from what we call Ethiopia. This is the ground that they use every year, the renewal of that, how can you say, farmers, what do they do when they have to they get the soil, like people who farm, they get the soil in order, so but the Egyptians were able to receive this as it flowed down every July 23rd. So roughly, when did this inundation, this flooding happen? For that renewal of the Kemet, that renewal of the agricultural ground, that reddish brown ground. Well, that occurred July 23rd, right? Roughly July 23rd, what they say, the rising of the dog star. Some say Sirius, right? That was an indication that these floods would come. And almost all the time, except for sometimes it did not always happen the way they expected it, but most of the time it happened as they expected it, right? So that basically all this is to say that as we study the Hebrew more diligently, right, we begin to see the accuracy, which only gives us the evidence that there's a lot of truth to the ancient Hebrew narrative when we get beyond the translation. Because as long as we argue about Egypt as a word, the ancients did not refer to as Egypt. The term Egypt comes later on with the Greeks. The Greeks are the one who introduced this term called Egypt, right? But the Hebrews are accurate with the ancient Egyptians, so quote unquote, right? When they refer to it as the two lands, right? This is why I'm spending some time on this right here, because when we look at the last part of Genesis, there's a whole bunch that is talking about the ground and the land, the ground and the land, the ground and the land. Now, that right there in modern understanding is the Kemet, right? From the modern understanding of ancient Egypt, that's the Kemet. So if you look at a map of ancient Egypt and you see the river goes through the land. The river kind of divides and goes through the land. When you look on the right-hand side, which is the east side of the map, that is the ground that was the grounds over there were referred to as the Kemet, right? In ancient Egypt, right? And by the Hebrews, it's known as the Adamah. So there's a whole story that we have in the first book concerning the Kemet. So Joseph's influence over the Kemet. That's another area of reasonment right there, right? And it appears that the ancient Hebrews and the children of Israel, they had investment in the Kemet too. In other words, they had ownership of the Adamah. So from a Hebrew perspective, Kemet equals Adamah. So from a Hebrew perspective, the Kemet, what's known as the Kemet, it equals the Adamah. Now we've touched on this before, and we can touch on this again, but let's move forward right here with this first verse, because it's important for us to make these continuity points, because as we move forward, they will explain and clarify certain imagined contradictions. There are contradictions, but these contradictions, we call them imagined. They're imagined because one is imagining that the English translation is the way that the ancients understood the narrative. It is in a general sense, right? But they say that what? Right? Well, they say what they say. We say that the divinity is in the details. Others say the devil's in the details. We say the divinity is in the detail. I guess it's what you're looking for, right? Now, the names of the sons of Israel that came into Mitzrayim, into the two lands, right? Every man and his household came with Yaakov. And then notice what happens next. Next, it names, right, the sons of Israel. This is why we say that the correct, right, understanding of the phrase children of Israel is literally and directly the sons of Israel. This proves it right here, right? Because the children of Israel, Israel had the daughter, Israel had his grandchildren with his children. There was a whole bunch. I mean, if we went through, if it was really just the children, right, it would be a whole bunch of children, right? But here is speaking of the sons of Israel, to whom more is given, more is required. As they say, man up, right? Second verse, it says, Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Yisasakar, Binyamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, right? It says, all the souls. Notice the language here. All the nafshot, all the souls, the soul people have souls. All the souls that came out of the loins of Yaakov were 70 souls. The word for loins right here, the yarek, use the term yarek, right? Thigh, right? Now, thigh within the Hebrew, as many words in the Hebrew have like a dual or twofold reference, right? The literal, right? And the figurative, right? In the literal sense, the loins is the thigh, right? But we're not really speaking of the thigh, right there in the literal sense concerning this verse here. We're speaking of the loins, right? Now, the loins is different than the groin. Let me say it once again. The loins is not the groin. Some people think that the loins is the groins. The loins is a small of the back, right? The loins is a small of the back. Check, right? This, what they call the sacred coccyx or something like that. Yeah, the small of the back. So here it says they were 70 souls. Now, some would argue on behalf of the Septuagint that has a different number. I think 75. It has a different number. Now that right there is a later Greek commentary that got inserted in their translation of that Hebrew scripture, right? So it's a commentary. Yes, it includes Joseph's sons, so forth and so on, but it is back written. It's not the way it was forward written. So some people would argue about that and they'll say, well, the Septuagint is better. The Septuagint does have some facts that seem to have not been made clear in translations from the Hebrew, right? But the number here is 70, right? From the Hebrew perspective. For Joseph, you see what it says? For Joseph was in Mitzrayim. He was like already there. The word already is not there. So you see what it says? Loins from the thigh. They came from the thigh. Now, it also tells us here in the opening first 7 or so verses that Joseph died and all his brethren and all that generation, right? Now, notice we was touching on the different words for generation, right? There's like 2 main words for generation in the Hebrew. We touched on it when we touched on the Song of Moshe previously, Psalm 90, right? Here it's in this term of door. The word door is generation, but it specifically has to do with a period of time. Like we say, well, back in my father's generation, my mother's generation, my uncle, my auntie's generation, back in the 60s, back in the 70s, back in the 80s, the 90s generation. You see what I'm saying? So as there's a difference between, say, the 90s and the 80s, you see what I'm saying? So it's saying that this generation, those who lived in that period of time, the quality, condition, and the class of men then. Like we say, wow, there's a big difference between the older generation, say, for example, of black people, right? Then say this generation, right? So it's a revolution of time. So here by saying all that generation, let's scroll down here once again, properly a revolution of time, right? To say generation, they could have said, and all that age, you know what I mean? That time period. The other word for generation has to do with the begetting and begotten, right? Who begot who as far as generation, all the begots. See, when you go through all the begots, you're going through many different doors, doors, the word door meaning periods of time, right? Periods of time, right? So the children, the sons of Yisrael, notice what it says, the sons of Yisrael were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied. We get the same language after Joseph and that Pharaoh, did that work of reorganizing the system of ancient Mitzrayim, the system of the ancient Tawi, the system of the ancient 2 lands called ancient Egypt. And it says that they wax exceedingly mighty, right? They had power, they were mighty, right? But the word mighty here needs to be brought out. The word mighty here is atzam, atzam. This word atzam is related to another word that's interesting. It's related to the word etzem, etzem. Etzem means the bone, right? Etzem means the bone, rasta to the bone, right? So let's scroll down here, right? They were powerful. They were numerous. But you see, the root meaning of the word atzam means to bind, to close, like to close the eyes or to bind, right? That means that they were powerful, right? Not just in strength, but as a community knit together, right? They were powerful as a community knit together, right? Can also mean to crunch the bones, right? You crunch their numbers, and their numbers was great. You crunch their influence for being a relatively small people compared to all the other people, right? They had a strong influence. And it says this right here. It says the land was filled with them. Now here it uses the word land, and here's the word eretz, eretz. In Genesis, in the Joseph story, it uses 2 words that are both translated as land. One is eretz, meaning the general land, the country, the land. And then the second word is adama. Adama is that agricultural ground. For example, people who own agricultural ground and provide food, right, for a country, they would be very mighty, powerful, and influential. This is what makes people wonder, like, hey, what's up with Bill Gates? And these ones who have these weird ideas and they want to do weird things, you know what I'm saying? And they own and they produce food, right? So I want to point that out as well because this links with the sons of Israel, the generational strength, the generational wealth. So after the time of Joseph, and all of his brethren, that patriarchal generation, the patriarchs of Israel, they had great wealth. Great wealth was transferred over to them. But then it says this in verse 8. It says, now there arose up a new king over Mitzrayim. Notice that the Hebrew perspective says a new king, and it doesn't say specifically here a new Pharaoh, but a new king over Mitzrayim, who knew not Joseph, right? Who knew not Joseph. So when people say, well, if the Israelites were in Egypt, then the Egyptians should have been talking all about them. They should have been like writing the same things on their walls that the Hebrews have wrote in their scrolls. Are you mad? I mean, does a people ever you see? Today we complain about how come all the things that black people have done in America, to kind of build the country and labor and created things and all types of inventions. How come they don't talk about it on their walls? How come they don't write about it in their books? Right? Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? So they did not know, right? They did not know the Negro, right? They did not know Joseph, right? It doesn't mean that Joseph did not have an influence, but it means that this new government, this new system that arose, right? This new ruler, this new Melech that arose over Mitzrayim, right? Didn't want to have anything to do, right, with Joseph. He's here to kind of reverse everything that Joseph had done previously, right? To strip the sons of Israel of their position, right? Their political, their social, and their religious influence at that particular time. That's why it says the sons of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them, right? The land was filled with them, right? Then it's down here, it says, and he said to his people. Now, note this as well, that this new Melech, this new king, right? This new Nisut is one of the phrases, one of the words used for a king in Egypt, Nisut, like Nesut, right? Nisut, like new suit, jacket, and tie. When we recorded that audible earlier, we talked about could be the first Trump, might as well be the last. In that audible, that overview that we shared a little bit earlier while we was working out things in the background with the sound and the technical stuff. We recorded that when Trump was coming in the first time. And it's so ironic that now we play it and share it again, and Trump is coming in here the second time. That's why we said it could be the first Trump, might as well be the last. When we said that then, we was not trying to predict or prophesy, but we thought about the fact that this guy is going to come again. Something, just a vibe. There was a vibe. Now we know that vibe was predictably and prophetically correct and true. We have a new suit, jacket, and tie, right, over this White House, over this great house, right, over this spiritual Sodom in Egypt, question mark. And he said to his people, right? Remember when Trump first came in? He said to his people too. Remember, he said to his people too. He said he came to bring the country back to those who the country really belongs to. Remember when he said that the first time? Those others who are great supporters of Trump, right? And he said to his people, right? And we're not saying this politically, like we're on this side or that side. We're just observing, what's going on in light of the scriptures, in light of the truth. And he said to his people, behold, notice the language here. Notice the language in verse 9. He said, behold, look and see, right? He said, the people of the children of Israel are mightier than we. Notice he didn't say that the children of Israel are mightier than we, but he said the people of the sons of Israel are mightier than we, right? The people produced from that patriarchal generation. He goes on and say, come on, right? Remember who is he speaking to? He's speaking to his people. Notice it doesn't say that, and he said to the Egyptians. He didn't say to the Egyptians. No, he said to his people. You know, just like we find out about secret meetings where they made plans and they decided certain things at these secret meetings with the people who support them, with their people, right? He said, "Come on, let us deal wisely with them." Note the language. He said, "Come on, let us not deal with them," but notice the word hakam. Hakam in the Hebrew is to be wise, right? Let us be like wise as serpents, right? And in this case, harmful too, right? Harmful too, right? He said, "Let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply." Now, hear the language. Least they multiply the who? The people, the people of the sons of Israel. Least the people of the children of Israel, the sons of Israel, multiply, and it come to pass when there falleth out any war. So this means that at this particular time, there was a possibility, right, that there could be a war. You know, there could be a war. You know what I mean? Look at nowadays. I'm just seeing this irony, you know, of it. You know, wars and rumors of war, but they was concerned that there might happen a war. There might fall out. There might kara, right? In this form, kara means to encounter, to befall, you know, to happen, right? Even accidentally. This is the word like for accident. Accident, you know, where it says an encounter, whether accidentally, you know, or in a hostile manner, you know, whether, you know, like it just happens, they didn't plan for it, you know what I mean? Or, you know, they decided, yeah, let's do this. So they're concerned that there might happen, right, by whatever means, a war, right? Some sort of milchama, the Hebrew word milchama, some sort of battle, a war. There might be fighting. So what he's saying is, let's keep this secretly, right? Let us keep this secretly, right? Because there might be a situation that might happen, right? And what does he say further? They join, right? They, speaking of the people of the sons of Israel, they join also with our enemies. So this new king, right? This new king that comes in and his people, they have enemies. The question is, who is this new king, right? And who are the enemies, right? They join also to our enemies and fight against us and get them up out of the land, right? And get them up out of the land, right? It's kind of interesting because according to verse 10, they want to, sounds like they want to get the people of the children of Israel out of the land. But then as we read on, it seems to imply that they don't want to get them out of the land, right, so to speak, unless they want to get the lands that they occupy. So there might be a whole gentrification thing. You think there's a gentrification thing going on? These are things that are going on today. Gentrification, even the California fires, besides the so-called some of the rich people and influential people, there's a lot of very, very poor people, right? Poor people of the land, right? Who don't have fire insurance and their homes have been burnt up and they're not really able to rebuild. And the houses and homes that they own, you know what I'm saying? The houses and homes that they own were passed on to them from previous generations. You know, so they had something, but now with the fires and no insurance, they have nothing, right? So maybe that's a part of it. Get them out of the land because maybe they occupy certain areas. We see this here in New York and in other places where certain populations that have been there natively from generation to generations are being moved out by all sort of wise plans that are very wise, if you get my point right there. So notice what happens. The implication is that maybe they want to kick them out the country, right? Maybe they want to kick them out the country, right? But as we read on, it's not that they want to kick them out the country, is they want to shift their social position. They want to redistribute their wealth, right? They want to take them from being masters and make them servants. Verse 11, therefore they set over them taskmasters, right? They set over them taskmasters, right? Right? To afflict them with their burdens, to afflict them with their burdens. Listen to the language. To afflict them with burdens? No, to afflict them with their burdens. It almost sounds like, well, they want to shift the work from themselves to the people of the children of Israel, right? Rob them of their wealth, the wealth that no doubt came in with the time of Joseph and the patriarchs. If you want to see when that wealth came in, the Torah actually explains that in the latter part of Genesis. And they built for Paro treasure cities of Pithom and Raamses. Now, some people have believed that because it says Ramesses right here, or in the Hebrew it says Ra-emeses, 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 right? That this right here is speaking of the king, the ruler, right, and the dynasty known as the Ramessides, Ramses and the Ramessides. But that is not the time, right, of the Exodus. This word Ramesses is found even before the time of Ramesses, right? It's a part of ancient Egyptian language and conceptual ideas. But let's just go a little bit further. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. Isn't this interesting? The more they tried to reduce their population, right, through trials and tribulation, economic, work, labor, other sort of society things going on, they seem to have taken great comfort. The man them with the woman them, and their numbers got bigger and bigger, right? And they grieved, right? And they did what? And they grieved, right? This was a deep something. They grieved. What's the word? Kut, kut. They loathed. The sense of grieving, we need to point out the sense of grieving because English can mean something that the Hebrew does not quite mean. Here, the word grieving, kuts means to loathe, to abhor, to feel a loathing, abhorrence, or a sickening dread, right? A sickening dread, right? The idea of severing oneself, right? They wanted to sever themselves. They were disgusted, anxiously disgusted, right, at the children of Israel, right? And as they multiply, as they afflicted them, so they multiplied, right? And then it says that the Mitzrayim made the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, to serve with rigor. This is a key word here. This word perek. Perek, also ferek. The word, the modern term Africa from the Afro-Shemitic languages is related to this word here, perek, ferek, right? It's found in most of the Afro-Semitic language, the African Shemitic languages, right? Perek, right? Or ferek. Ferek, in a causative sense, aferek, afereka, aferek, perek, aprika, afrika, right? Harshness, severity, cruelty. From the Hebrew perspective, it has a sense to break or to fracture. How do we say this word here links with the modern term naming of Africa? Look what they did when they named it Africa. What did they do? They divided it. They divided it. Then they divided up into a whole bunch of countries, and they divided the ancient boundaries, the borders, creating even more problems for the inhabitants thereof. So it can mean to break apart. Isn't this what they did with the continent? Right? Once they named it Africa, right? Look at the maps when they name it Africa. Then now we get all the artificial borders, right? So this is an important term right here, right? Perek, or the rigor, right? And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage. We need to understand this bondage, this word bondage here, right? We might say bond age, a time of slavery or of servitude, but the Hebrew sense of bondage is aboda, the aboda, right? In modern Hebrew, they would enunciate it as avoda. Modern speakers might say avoda, avoda. The ancient pointing is aboda, aboda. What is the aboda? Aboda is basic word that means labor, service, labor, work. It's a general word. It's not just used here, but it's used elsewhere. The translator says bondage, right? But when you read in the Hebrew, you find the word aboda, right? And as you read more and more of the biblical Hebrew, you find this word is used in positive ways, and in certain cases, like here, it's used in a negative way. So the word in the Hebrew is not necessarily a bad word, but the context here is because this word hard. The word hard is kasha, kasha. Kasha means like, let's go down here. Kasha means to be severe, to be severe, right? To be cruel, right? Kasha, to be hard, the verb here. Kasha, severe, fierce. Kasha, to treat like ill treat, to be hard pressed, to make something difficult, to make something burdensome, right? To make something burdensome, stubbornness. You see that? Dense, severe. So the more better translation of this would be from a Hebrew, reading from the Hebrew, and they made their lives bitter with hard service, with cruel service, with cruel labor, right? With cruel and hard work. So the word work is not bad. The word labor is not bad, but one has to ask what kind of labor, right? What kind of, like some people have a job and they might think that job is maybe harsh and cruel. The boss is hard, and they call it, oh, man, I'm going back to the plantation. You see how we say that, right? But from the Hebrew perspective, it was hard bondage, labor. But let me get this right here. You notice this word. This word can mean a regular servant, and it can also mean, you see what it says, captives and or subjects. But notice the D. The D entry means service of God. The same word abodah is applied to the Levites, right? The Levites had that abodah of Yahweh Elohim. They had the service, the priestly functions, and the function of the holy place. That was their abodah. That was their service. And generally speaking, the Israelites also had their abodah, service, right? So there's service in the sense of regular work, and there's also service in relation to, one might say, their belief system, their faith-based system, right? So this is interesting because often we would see this word as only being like labor and work. But from the Hebrew perspective, it can be labor and work in the sense of what work and labor you do. And it also has, for lack of a better word, a kind of a religious connotation, right? Because the same word for abodah, the same word for service and labor, is used for service and labor of God, or it can be used for service and labor of the gods. So not only were they serving men and people and making brick, right, but they were also forced, right, to acknowledge other people's religion, other people's spirituality. So there was also that religious bias, that religious aspect to it. This is why Yahweh says that I brought you out from being servants, abadim, the abadim, to being servants of Paro, of Pharaoh, to be my servants. But Yahweh's service is not harsh. It's not hard. It's not with rigor. You see what I'm saying? Right? Just to make that point about the hard part is the part there. And the word bondage is somewhat dubious because elsewhere the same word will be translated as service, or the same word will be translated as labor, right? And sometimes that word service has to do with, one might say, spiritual or religious matters, right? And in all manner of service. Notice what the word service here. So there can be abodah, avodah in the field, right? And all their service, their avodah, all their service wherein they made them to serve, right? Here's the verb abad, to work, to serve, was with rigor. Notice that word perek comes in again. That word perek, that has the Africa connection in the ancient etymology. And here's where we get to the midwives, right? And the king of Mitzrayim, the king, and from the Hebrew perspective is the Melech, ancient Egypt, the Nasut, Sutanbiti, right? The Nasut, right? Or the Melech, we call him the Molech, right? We call him, he's a Molech. When the Hebrews, we would say Molech, it's a twisted way of saying Melech, right? A twisted way of saying Melech in Hebrew, say Molech, right? Applying to like a false king. right? A false king or an evil king, right? And the king, the Melech of Mitzrayim, he spake to the Hebrew. Notice was now we get an introduction. The first time we get any introduction here, right, of Hebrew in the second book. The first place is here, right? Spake to the Hebrew midwives of that the name of the one, the what? The Shem. Remember, this is the book of names. This is the book of names, Shemot, right? Shemot. And the Shem of the one was Shifra, right? And the Shem, the name, the Shem, right? The book of names. And the name of the other was Pua, right? So here it goes on, and he said, when you do the office of the midwife to the Hebrew woman. Now notice it first speaks about the children of Israel, the names of the children of Israel. Then the new king comes in, and he's talking about the people of the children of Israel. And then here he's speaking to the Hebrew midwives. So we need to qualify these terminologies. Children of Israel, people who are the quote people of the children of Israel, and then also the qualification of the Hebrew terminology. See, the Hebrew terminology, many think that the Hebrew terminology has to do with flesh and blood. But properly, the Hebrew terminology has to do with spirituality. See, when you understand that, you begin to understand another layer of the story. That if you don't understand it, then you're just going to keep down the same round and round rabbit hole, right? From the English perspective, and a lot of questions, imagined contradictions come up, right? But he spoke here to because the office of the midwife and giving giving birth and maintaining that is life. It's about life. You have to understand that even in ancient Egypt and different cultures, these roles were not just looked at to be secular. They were not secular roles. The role of a midwife was not a secular role. The role of a midwife was, for lack of a better word, a spiritual or religious. It had to do with like religious or spiritual qualifications, right? He says to them, see, right, upon the stools. And many of these women, they worked for lack of a better word, ancient religious or spiritual, institutions, right? And it says that, and when you see them upon the stools, right, and it's known that in the ancient time, this was the giving birth. You can even see some archaeology, and carvings and other examples of the birthing stool, right? If it be a son, then y'all shall kill him, right? Y'all shall kill him. The literal sense of this will be y'all shall dead on him. The word mut means to dead on, right? Y'all shall dead on him, right? And if it be a daughter, then she shall live. Note this. So here they're seeking to kill, right? The conspiracy, right? To kill and to destroy the Hebrew boys, right? And the children of Israel boys, right? Have we ever seen that before in history? But the midwives, right? Notice what it says, furthering my point. When it didn't say that the children of Israel or the Israelite midwives. Notice it didn't say the Israelite midwives. It says the Hebrew midwives. And also note that the service of the midwife in ancient times, because it had to do with life, it was seen to be a spiritual or a quote religious, right, order. Right? And we can actually study ancient Egypt and see how many of the midwives did work for different temples, so forth and so on. Check. But the midwives here, it says, feared Elohim, right? To speak about the Elohim of Yisrael, the true God, the nature of natures, the true nature, the nature, so to speak, of Yisrael, right? And did not as the Melech of Mitzrayim commanded them, but did what? Right? But saved, the word for saved here is chaya. Chaya means to live. But instead of deading on them, they caused to live. They caused to live the men children, right? Or the yeled, like the boys, the little boys, the male children, the yeled, right? The boy children, right? Alive, right? And the Melech of Mitzrayim called the midwives. They have an English show. I don't know if you've seen it. It's interesting. I haven't watched it in a long time. It's called Call the Midwives. Want to do something on that, do some memes on that. in connection with this, called the midwives and said to them, why have y'all done this thing? And saved, right, caused to live, chaya, instead of your muta them, your haya them. Why do you haya, right, the yeled, the boys, alive? And the midwife said, what? Did the midwife say, because we feared the God of Israel? No, no, they had to be wise, right? They had to be wise, right? They knew what was up, right? The midwife said to Paro, now notice here, it says Paro, right? Paro, right? From Pera'a in ancient Egypt, the Hebrew Paro, right, means great house. So it's like the ruler is the king, and then you have the great house, like the White House. When we say the White House, the government, right? But said to Paro, which means they answer the king, but they also answer the court. They answer the king and the court, right? And what did they say? Because we don't believe in your God. We're not doing it your way. We believe in the God of Israel. No, they had to be wise. It said because the Hebrew woman, right? So they put it in the third person, so to speak, because the Hebrew woman are not as the Egyptian woman. So here we see a contrast here between the Mitzrayim woman, right? And not just those who were citizens, but those who believed in one of the 42 different denominations of ancient Israel, I mean of ancient Egypt. They had 42 different denominations, right? Because they had 42 sacred precincts, right? And 42 different triads, right? But be that as it may, making a distinction between the Hebrew woman, right? The woman who cross over, who transcend from the lower to the higher way, to the true way, and the Egyptian woman, those who, go along with their system of things, their religious culture, so forth and so on, right? They are not like them, right? Did the midwives say because they believe in the truth and they believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? No, they had to be wise at this point. What did they say? For they are lively. They said because they are lively. Chaye. So we have chaya and here we have chaye. Chaye means to be lively, but it has a sense in Hebrew to mean vigorous. They're vigorous. They're full of life. They're not like, oh, I'm in labor. Let me just sit back. Somebody help me. No, they're like, yo, I'm in labor. And they're actually performing the midwifeship even while they are giving birth, right? They are helping the process to come along and they are delivered. Ear. Ear is the word terem. Terem means before, bit terem. They are delivered, right? They are delivered, yalad. They give birth, right? Before the midwives come into them. So in a sense, they are kind of covering up their action, right? The role they play because they were still part of the system of things. Remember the children of Israel, they had gotten big within that country, that system, right? They were very invested in it. Joseph had kind of, Joseph's good position made it possible, right, for them to increase, to have great number, and also to be involved in different, parts of the society, so to speak, right? But notice what it says here. Therefore, Ha Elohim, Elohe Yisrael, right? The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the true good, the true God, right? The nature of natures. We can say the nature of Yisrael, right? Dealt well. Dealt what? Dealt well with the midwives, right? Dealt well with the midwives. And the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. So even Eloheinu was pleased with their exercise of wisdom, right? Because they already knew that this one is against them and against them because they know that they are Israelites and Hebrews and they don't believe, but for the most part, they were, looking like they went along. Like today, we're all involved in different things. You can't tell if somebody working in the government actually knows they're Hebrew or Israelite unless they say so. You know what I'm saying? But when something come against the Hebrews or Israelites, they can always, do something, that is good for the Hebrews or Israelites. Check. And it came to pass because the midwives feared, they respected, they reverenced Yahweh. They were reverent, respectful, right, of Elohim, right? We could say the true good, the true God, or the nature of Yisrael, that he made them houses. This is the important point right here. It's not like they were homeless, but the word bait here refers to temples, right? In other words, they now had their own midwifing, birthing establishment, right? Before they're working for, they're working, like they're working in the system, they're working in like the local, federal, whatever government system. You know what I mean? Now they can branch off on their own, right? This is the term bite. It's house in a simple sense, but we know in a Hebrew sense that this can also apply and usually applies to holy place or a temple, and a place of giving birth is a holy place. I mean, what can be more holy than life, right? And sacred and consecrated to the true God, the true God. You know what I'm saying? So Pharaoh now, the great house now, right? The king and his court, right? And his people, they charge, where it says, charge all his people, saying, every son that is born, right? So at first, the king and the Pharaoh kept this between him. He tried to influence the midwives. He tried to influence the Hebrew and the Israelite people to do his bidding. When he found out that they would not do his bidding, right? Now he charges everybody, right? Every son that is born, right? Y'all shall cast into the river. Now we're talking about ancient Egypt, right? Right? Talking about ancient Mitzrayim, the Yor. Yor is the word for river. Yor, right, is specifically in the Hebrew, can be a river, a stream, a channel, but in this context is referring to the river, right? Speaking of the Nile, right? The Yor, right? The Yor. Some say the Yor is of Egyptian origin. We'll check that out, right? Yor, right? It's a channel, right? Specifically, you see, it says specifically, it's the Nile, right? Right? And it also includes all the collateral trenches. That means all the different, junctures, where the Nile is. So and at these different junctures, we know they had religious establishments in ancient Egypt, right? So here it says, cast every son, right, that is born, dead on every son, but cast him into the economy. See, the river was the economy, right? We know that the river, they had religious, spiritual significance. And if it had religious, spiritual significance, it also had economic and practical significance. So when we read, y'all shall cast into the river, this means that the death of the Hebrew and the Israelite children would be linked with the economy. It's almost like when we talk about abortion and certain things today, don't think there's not a great economic benefit. There is an economic benefit. There's also a medical benefit, right, that is accrued from this, right? So ain't nothing new under the sun. Cast into the river. Cast into the river was their economy, right? Go look it up. The river was important to the Egyptians economically. You know what I mean? And every daughter, but the daughters, right, y'all shall save alive. The question we should ask here, and notice this first chapter has 22 verses. In Hebrew, the number 22 is important because it takes on the significance of what people call the Alpha and Omega, right? The beginning and the last. Hebrew Aleph Beit alphabet has 22 letters. So it's kind of interesting that this first book, right, this first chapter of this second book right here, of this new book, is called These Are the Names, right? The Shemot, and also has these 22 verses. And at the 22nd verse, it says, and every daughter y'all shall save alive. The question is, what do we think this was about? Why did they save the daughters alive? You know what I mean? What was this all about? What were the daughters doing? All right. In a sense, we get to see Moses' sister, right? Moshe's sister. She's working, in the great house. She is working for the daughter, right? The daughter, Pharaoh's daughter, right? The daughter of Pharaoh, right? Now, here we want to point this out here of our personal studies and studies with other brothers, and we come across some of this work that it confirms many of our studies, and in some cases the author researcher went beyond and actually linked a lot of other facts that We say for the most part. There are areas that we differ, right? But in the general presentment of this, we see this information to be highly right and accurate. And we know that there's people who want to dispute it, but we look forward to that in due time, right? But the 18th dynasty, right? We're looking at the time of the 18th dynasty. There are some who point to the Exodus a very early date, a too early date. Some point to the Exodus in the 12th dynasty. Others point to the Exodus in the Ramesses time because of what it said about how they built these cities of Pithom and Ramesses. They said, oh, there was a king named Ramesses, so he must have been Ramesses. That was one of the old um, Gentile, Christian, and Jew position on it. But the more accurate time period that matches both the information we have in the scripture as well as archaeological and other evidence is the 18th dynasty, and the Exodus roughly in the 1400. Here they have 1446 BC time, right? With the Ahmose, right? We have Ahmose who expels the Hyksos and he downpresses the Hebrews. There is the prevailing position of many that the Hebrews, right, were the Hyksos. Not to go at length right here, right, into this reasoning, but we do like to say that the Hyksos are not the Hebrews. The Hebrews are distinct from the Hyksos, but could be generally associated with the Hyksos. The Hyksos, the term Hyksos spoke to a specific people group, right, of Afro-Shemitic people, right? The Hyksos terminology. The Hyksos terminology, to put it into better context, it's like today when we talk about immigrants, when we talk about immigration and immigrants. So they say, oh, these people are legal immigrants, or these people are immigrants, those people are immigrants, illegal or legal or whatever, right? But notice something for America, right? Even the people who came over and sought to steal the country from the native people, they were immigrants. But see, the way they write their history, they're not immigrants. You know what I'm saying? They came over here to worship God and all that. But actually, the people who came over here, right, they are part of the synagogue of Satan. Why do we say this? Not every one of them, but that intent. When they call themselves the Israelites, they call the native people over here, therefore the Canaanites. And therefore they weaponize the Bible, right, to exterminate them and make their people believe that they are the new Israel. In other words, the pilgrims came over here believing that they were the new Israel. They were Israelites. Therefore, they looked at the native people to be Canaanites. They've done that in Africa too, right? They went over there like that. We're the Israelites, right? Right? Because their ancestors, their forefathers, gave them lies, made them believe lies, and they looked at the native people to be the Canaanites. So the term Hyksos speaks of a specific people, right? And in a general sense, the Hebrews could be considered to be immigrants when the term Hyksos is related to immigrants. But in fact, the ones historically known as the Hyksos, the Hekshaus, right, that were expelled, right, were not the Hebrews, were not the Hebrews or the Israelites, the children of Israel. Like Esau and Jacob, right? Esau and Jacob are brothers, but aren't they different? Okay, that's my point. Not to go at length in it, why the Hyksos are not the Hebrews, the biblical Israelite Hebrews. So where it says Ahmose, right, he did expel the Hyksos. And people say, oh, that was the Hebrews there. But what they miss is the downpression of the Hebrews that still remain behind. That then explains what we went over when he said that there might be a war and they might join with our enemies. Their enemies were the Hyksos. But why would the Hebrews join with the enemies? From their perspective, they might join with their enemies because they understood that Jacob and Esau were brothers, right? They didn't understand the deeper family matters, but they understood enough generally that these are brothers, that they're not us, right? And we just kicked out the Hyksos, and many of them are linked with the Edomites. And therefore, right, by kicking them out, right, it might be that these Hebrews left behind, right? The children of Israel might join if we have to continue to do battle with these Hyksos. That explains that sort of cryptic part right there. Because otherwise, you have to explain, well, who were the enemies, right, of this new king, right? And so here we come to the time of Amenhotep, right? Some say Amenhotep, but Amenhotep, right? The first, right? Here's a link with the killing of the sons, right? Also the birth of Moshe. They say here 1526. Our research led to not 1526, the exact date, but in the 1500 period, right? And here we get the adoption of Moshe as we have with the narrative. And then the Amenhotep period leads to the Tutmosides, right? The Tutmosides now become this new dynasty, the Tutmoside dynasty, right? And then as we go a little bit further right here, right, you see Hatshepsut, right? You see Hatshepsut down here where it says Hatshepsut, right? She is the well-known, right? She is the well-known daughter of Pharaoh. All right. Now, what's interesting too, now some will say, no, it can't be Hatshepsut. Well, okay, let's just say it's not Hatshepsut, right? Let's just go with that right there. But let's ask the question here. Why would the Pharaoh, right, of the Exodus, Tutmos III, when he finally comes to power, right, why would he erase, right, and damage, deface, and destroy, right, all of Hatshepsut's, the majority, not all, but the majority of her monuments? Somebody explain that. What would provoke him to do this to his she was like a stepmother to him, right? Because she was ruling things while he was still small, but when he came to power, you know what I mean, she already old and she passed away. You know, we don't know whether she was killed or whatever else, but why would he go about to erase, right, to erase? And there's a whole bunch of things from Hatshepsut's time, right? That even the archaeologists and the Kemeticists, well, at least the Egyptologists that really study these things, they bring forth the evidence that this was done by Tutmos III. Why? Right? Why would somebody do that? Have you ever heard that in ancient Egypt where one pharaoh, right, or one ruler is erasing their predecessors, somebody who was in their own dynasty, who's part of their own? You can understand that for somebody, I bring in a new dynasty, so I try to erase the other dynasty guys thing, but I'm going to erase somebody from my own dynasty. I'm going to mar their thing. In fact, a lot of Hatshepsut's things could not even be found, right? A lot of Hatshepsut's things cannot even be found because they found that Tutmos III, what he did was take her blocks and temple, items like, these big blocks and everything. He took them and he turned them around. In fact, they found it out because there's some damage or something to something, and they had to move some giant blocks. And when he moved these blocks that had Tutmos the Third's inscription and his writings, his blah, blah, blah on it, when they moved it around, they saw on the opposite side was some of Hatshepsut's things. Why would he do this? We have to ask those serious questions right there. You know what I mean? So based on that, and even additional, we see this link of this daughter of Pharaoh, right? Like in the ancient world, she was very well known, because she was kind of a rarity at that particular time, where you had this woman ruling, right? And even in some ways ruling, right, as a man, where she would kind of like, it's a very interesting something, right, that's going on right there. But be that as it may, so it wasn't Ramses, right, the Pharaoh of the Exodus. That's too late a date, right? And it wasn't the 12th dynasty. The 12th dynasty was more the time of the patriarchs and Joseph, right? The 12th dynasty. You know what I mean? Okay, so right here, we'll touch on a little bit more of this, you know. Recomers, this is we're gonna show like so right here. That also be Hatshepsut. Some say that's will be Hatshepsut there getting anointed, but you can see where she is etched out, scratched out. Right, this is a little better picture, but you really can't see it. She's scratched out. They leave their gods there. They don't dare scratch out the gods, but they scratched out Hatshepsut. Right, and so there's a lot of that basically goes on right there. So here's just an overview. We want to give ones and ones, what the overview. our perspective on this, and then we can kind of reason on it a little bit more. All right. Okay. So right here, getting into some of the details. So we thank forgot the guy's name right now, but the Bible.ca, and there's others that also point into the same time, but the research that Bible.ca has done has been more exhaustive and has brought together other facts, that give a kind of a positive and evidentiary, has given more of an evidentiary basis, right? And this is not to say that, others, the Cometics, they're going to go wild over this. They're going to deny it. You know what I mean? But that means they're going to have to understand what the Hebrew scripture is really saying. Like we also have to be able to have a little better knowledge, on certain things in ancient Mitzrayim in order to be able to prove or disprove whatever particular point of view that we're seeking to bring forward. But be that as it may, right there, we kind of went into just a kind of a free kind of a read on that. The Habiru are now attempting to take Jerusalem. All right. That was at the time of Akhenaten. So Akhenaten Akhenaten is not Moses. That's another thing. Akhenaten is not Moses. In fact, Akhenaten was trying to figure out Joseph's greatness, right? He was trying to be more like Joseph, actually. He was trying to figure out Joseph's greatness. But we'll get into that as well. So here, we did have a psalm. We did have a psalm right here. We shared it a little bit earlier, right? Let's just share this again. And we'll touch just briefly on it because we're already pushing the time right here. Give thanks, brothers and sisters. This podcast was a little bit choppy in the beginning due to some technical matters, but be that as it may, let's share.
Rastafari. Jah has gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to Jah, sing praises. Sing praises to Rastafari, sing praises. Cause he's a great king over all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God, Lord of Lords, King of Kings, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of himself, Most High God, light of this world, Rastafari, most powerful and terrible God. Hail, beloved, peace be unto the eye. Welcome to this gathering of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. But the eye look as if all the troubles of this world are upon his shoulders. Come here, draw this chalice, and let these herbs, for the healing of the nation, heal your troubled mind. To the east, Africa. To the west, Jamaica, first Babylon. To the north, England, second Babylon. Babylonian triangle of captivity. Man travel down many roads, in many directions. All of them roads that man take, all of them journeys that man make, is but deceptions and vanities. Vanities and vanities that make man can't step forward out of Babylon. First leaving behind him the dirty filthiness of this dirty, corrupted and wicked Babylonian society. And step forward to Zion, forward to Africa, the first point of this triangle. Forward to I and I, Jah, Rastafari, Most High, Almighty God.
Hallelujah. Joyful shout right there. Yeah. Here, here, here. So today's daily Psalm, Psalm 47. Give thanks, give thanks. Psalm 47. That's from the movie. I don't know if you've seen that movie, the movie known as Babylon. Right? There's a movie, Babylon, a UK Rastafari kind of dub, roots reggae dub movie known as Babylon. So that right there, they had a session right there. And there as was the trod, of the called, chosen, and faithful to reference the scripts. Psalms 47, even today's daily psalm. Here we have Mizmor, Meme, Zain, Meme Zain, Meme Zain, Meme Zain. So here we have Psalm 47. Psalm 47, according to the royal order. Psalm 47 is themed. Today's daily psalm is themed God the King. The theme of the psalm, Elohim HaMelech. Elohim HaMelech. There's an important verse as well, a Rastafari verse, a verse amongst the Rastafari, and that is verse 7. For God, for Elohim, right, is the king of all the earth. This is where the idea and the word sound of earth's rightful ruler. More to the context of the Hebrew, for he's king of all the earth, but in the context of the Davidic times and the times thereafter, the king of all the land, right? All the land that is Israel's land. He's the king of all the land, right? But by extension, of course, we look at all the earth in that sense today. But the same term, earth and land, is the context that matters, right? But the second part where it says to sing praises, right? Give Isis, sing praises with understanding, and the Rastaman I and I would say with overstanding. So today's daily psalm is themed Elohim, right? Elohim the King, right? Elohim the King. And today's daily psalm is an Elohim psalm, right? It does have the Hashem, right? It does have the covenant name Yahweh within it, but it begins with the creator, the judge, right? Aspect of Yahweh, of he who be, right? Elohim as the creator from the Hebrew perspective, and as the judge from the Hebrew perspective. So Elohim is not the name, but it's the title, right? The title of the creator, right? Even in Bereshith, and also the title of the judge. So understanding the name, the Hashem, as we have here in the Exodus, right? In this first of the Torah readings and feedings here in this second book of Moshe, right? The book of Shemot, we get the revelation of the Hashem, the revelation of the name, right? And we also need to understand the titles, right? The titles and the attributes that are revealed. But here we have, simply put, we have Elohim, right? Elohim the King, or God the King, right? God the King, right? God the King. Thereupon the fear, the reverence of Elohim. Now there's a link with Chronicles that helps to put the psalm into a historical context based on comparing scripture with scripture, right? Second Chronicles 20:29, the narrative of the defeat of the Confederates, right? The Confederates, right? So the fear, the reverence, the respect, the fear, right? One might even say the dread, but the fear came upon all kingdoms. All what? All kingdoms of the countries, right? All kingdoms of the countries,
right? Like of the other lands, when they heard that Yahweh had fought against the enemies of Yisrael. So here, right? Arusot, right? Arusot right there. Here's from the KJV, just to get the full right here. This point of reference to put today's daily psalm context. And the fear, right, of Elohim was on all the kingdoms of countries, right? When they had heard, when they shamu, when they heard that Yahweh had fought against the enemies of Yisrael. So here this puts this into the context here. Wayehia pachad. I was correct right there. I didn't. I was looking at the English. So fear sometimes is a yare, but here we have fear as the pachad, the fachad, fachad and pachad. Pachad is terror, the dread, and the dread, right? And the dread of Elohim, of the Creator, of the Judge of judges. Wayehia pachad Elohim al kol mamlekot, on all the kingdoms, on all the mamlekot, right? Mamlaka. Remember that Yisrael, right, in Exodus chapter 19 and 20, right, is called to be a nation, a kingdom of the priesthood, a priestly kingdom, right? A kingdom of the priesthood and a holy nation, right? A mamlaka, right, of the Kohanim. And here the fear, the dread of Elohim came upon called mamlekot, on all the kingdoms, right? Aratzot. You know, some of the Israelites, and looking into which book is that? That's Esdras, when it talks about the scattered Israelites going into the Arasot, when they look at the English transliteration, Arasa. Well, here use the word Aratzot, which is to say, like on all the lands, literally on all the lands, right? Aratzot, to say like the other countries, the other lands. That's why Elohim, right, is king, right, of all the land of his people. And he went to fight on behalf, and they heard this in other lands, right? Ha'aratzot. That's this word right here that we just highlight for you right there. Take a screenshot of that, ha'aratzot, and verify it for yourself. So here, once again, Wayehia pachad Elohim al kol mamlekot ha'aratzot bi mash'am, bisham Bishamam, slicha, right? My dyslexia. Bishamam, right? Shamam, and when they heard ki, right? Ki, that, right? Nilcham, right? To fight Yahweh, that Yahweh fought. Nilcham, Yahweh, aim with, they fought with Oive, the enemies of Oive, the haters of Oive, Yisrael, the enemies of Yisrael. So this here puts this psalm into also a kind of a historical kind of a context right here, right? Not to get into all the notes right here, but simply put, Elohim HaMelech, theme of today's daily psalm, is more meme, Zain, Hebrew Aleph numerics, meme have a numerical value of 40, and Zain, right? So means more means Zain, the king. This is a poem, a composition on the Okay. Don't know what just happened right there. Yeah, don't know what just happened. Oh man. Yeah. All right. So just to rewind a little bit right here. This Psalm 47 here, also theme. Okay, hold on for a moment. My window came down off the screen too. What just happened there? Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right, so today's daily psalm. No, sorry about that, brothers and sisters. I was just trying to figure out like some weird things been happening. May Father find out all the weirdos, you know what I mean, and restrain them for His servant's sake. Amen. Bashem Yeshua HaMashiach. So here, Mizmor Mim Zain, Psalm 47, the theme Elohim HaMelech. So the theme, right? This poem, this composition, Psalm 47, is based on the theme of Psalm 46, verse 11, right? In Psalm 46, verse 11. So let's come out of this for a moment so we can both have it on the screen at the same time. Psalm 46, verse 11 is the last, actually, verse 11 would be verse 10 in the KJV. So in the Hebrew, the numbering thing, in the Hebrew, it's this verse here, verse 10, 46 and 10. In the Hebrew scriptures, then that would be, in the Hebrew scriptures, verse 11 will be verse 12, just that numbering thing. So today's daily Psalm 46 is on this theme: be still and know that I am Elohim. I will be exalted among the heathen. I will be exalted in the earth. So Psalm 47 is based on the theme, I will be exalted in the earth. You see, the historical context of Psalm 47, to chief musician, a psalm of the sons of Korah, is based on Assyria's defeat. Assyria was defeated, right? And Assyria's defeat, it proclaimed, right, Elohim, right, Elohe Yisrael, the Elohim of Israel, as Melech, as sovereign, as king, to whom all peoples, not just Yisrael, but also the other Aratzot, the other countries, right, and the kingdoms, the Mamlakot, the kingdoms of the Aratzot, of the other countries, right, must pay allegiance to and are summoned to pay allegiance to, right? Acclaim the Elohim of Yisrael, to whom all peoples are summoned to pay allegiance. The psalm, the Mizmor, right, is Psalm 47 is often recited in the synagogues and in the ancient Yehudi churches, gatherings, before the sounding of the shofar. Before the sounding of the shofar, the ram's horn, on the Day of Trumpets, Yom Teruah, also called in later day times as Rosh Hashanah, New Year's. Before the sounding of the shofar, it is Psalm 47, that is chanted. This is the day when the liturgy, speaking about the Day of Trumpets, called Rosh Hashanah, right? The fifth of the seven appointments of Yahweh Eloheinu, covenantally speaking. This is the day when the liturgy, the Day of Trumpets, Yom Teruah, the Day of Trumpets, that's called Rosh Hashanah. It's a day when the liturgy, the holy service, it dwells upon the thought of Elohim's universal sovereignty. Not just that he is the Elohim and the king of Yisrael, right? But he's the king of the Goyim. He's the king of the nations. He's the king of the Gentiles, right? He's the king of all the kings. He's a sovereign. You know what I'm saying? So here in this verse here, just to bring out the Hebrew of this right here, right? Just from the Hebrew right here, this verse here. It says, harpu, be still, de and know. Harpu, de be still and know. Harpu, de and de Harpu, be still, relax, y'all. Rafa, harpu, relax, right? Relax yourself, right? Slacken, relax, right? When it says be still, it's like relax, relax yourselves, right? Harpu, and de and yada 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 as a command, and know y'all de key for I know key I know key for I know key, right? Key I know key Elohim. Now what's interesting is when Yahuwah gives the 10 words to Yisrael, he says something similar, very much similar. He says, Ki Ano Ki. So here, the Ano Ki I, the more personal, right? The more personal, we say I. Ki Ano Ki Elohim. Arum, I will be lifted up. I will be room. Room in Hebrew means to rise up. He rose up. Our room, our room. I will rise up. Our room, Ba Goyim. I'll rise up upon the nations, the Goyim. Our room. I will rise up. Ba'aret. I will rise up in the land. I will rise up in the earth. So this is just to bring out right here just to bring out right here the theme of today's daily psalm that's based on Psalm 46, right? Hebraically at verse 10, right here. So with that right there, just as a quick kind of overview, I know, we spent a little bit of time on other particular matters trying to get that things working correct, but this psalm is an exaltation at Yahweh's triumphant ascension, right? While between Psalm 45, right, and 46, scarcely any other bond of relationship, but the similarity, right, the similar use of the significant al kain. So the Hebrew here where it says al kain, in the Hebrew that means like therefore, right? Therefore can be discovered. And therefore Cain, Psalm 47. So what we have is actually a trinity of Psalms. We have Psalm 45, Psalm 46, and here the third in this trinity, right, of Psalms, we have Psalm 47. Has in common, right, with Psalm 46, not only the thought of the kingly exaltation of Yahweh. So here is not that our king is above their kings. We know that because Yahweh has said that the king, right, of Yisrael is Elyon, is most high, is above the other kings of the earth. But this psalm and these psalms is saying the exaltation, right, of the king of kings, of Yahweh, is over the peoples of the earth, or the peoples of the land, even the peoples of the other land, right? And there's also the historical occasion for those who will seek to study a little deeper of Jehoshaphat. It says we got to come down again into the valley of Jehoshaphat. As some of the Rastafari, the elders from previous generation, has spoke a lot about Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat means Jah's judgment, Yahweh's judgment, Yahushaft, right? Jehoshaphat, this king, right, whose name is the judgment, right, or the judging of Yahweh, had a victory over the allied neighboring nations, the other goyim, other nations who were around Israel. This victory without a conflict. Mhm. And consequently, all the more manifestly a victory of Yahweh, because a victory without even a fight, a conflict. And therefore, this is the victory of Yahweh. Who can fight, right? Who, after having fought for his people, he ascended again amidst the music of their celebration of victory. So the idea was that we gained this victory over the neighboring enemies, and we did not have to even fight, but therefore we know that they were defeated, that Yahweh, he fought. It was like for the Israelites here, it's like Yahweh, he descended, he bowed the heavens, he came down, he fought for us, and then he ascended again. And as he's ascending, we are giving him praise, right? Because thanking him for coming down and giving us the victory, right? So he descended, he bowed the heavens and came down, and he aliyah, aliyah, he Allah, he went up, right? Amidst the music of the celebration of victory. This event was outwardly represented. Check this out, y'all. Right? Connected with Psalm 47. Elohim HaMelech, God the King, was represented outwardly, right? In the conducting of the ark back into the temple. Right? So the ark was brought out, right? And whenever the ark truly and properly is brought out, it always is to be covered. Right? It's always is to be covered. She is never to be naked, in other words, right? Not in public, right? In the holy place, yes. But in public, when the ark was brought out, it was covered over, according to Torah. But here, the ark was brought out, right, to show that victory. And then it was brought into the temple, the Haykal again. We have this in 2 Chronicles chapter 20, verse 28, right? So Psalm 47, right? It grew out of that particular that particular event right there, right? And then, as we mentioned already, the blowing of the shofar, the link with the blowing of the ram's horn on New Year's Day, or the day that is called Yom Teruah in Torah, the day of trumpets. On the day of trumpets, the trumpets were blown, and later on, the day of trumpets became known as Rosh Hashanah, right? The civil New Year's Day, right? So with that right there, let us get into this Likkle Watalawa Psalm right here. So it's Psalm 47, right? Psalm 47. Likkle, it's a Likkle Psalm, not very big, but it's Talawa, or it's very Tinishkin, Tilik, no, right? Katon, Aval, Gadol, right? It's Katon, it's small, but it's Gadol, but it's big. So let's big this up right here. To the chief musician, here. Let's go through today's daily psalm. To the chief musician, right? To chief musician. Let's go to the Aleph first, right? The Aleph, the first verse right here, right? To chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout, right? Shout to Elohim, to the creator, to the judge, right? With the voice of triumph, right? Here. Today's daily psalm right here. Let's bring this out here. Something like, let's see, right?
Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Oh, clap your hands, clap your hands, clap your hands, clap your hands.
Clap your hands, clap your hands, clap your hands, clap your hands.
Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob, whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
All right. So here, just that overview of the verses we're going to touch on right here. So verses 1 to 4 is the call. Is a call to the Goyim. Right. So in verses 1 to 4, from the KJV perspective of the numbering, verses 1 to 4 is a call to Ha Goyim, a call to the nations. Verses 5 to 6 is the praise, like praise the king, right? The theme is praise, Isis, Ha Melech, even in the goose and the gas. And then in verses 7 to 8, right? 7 to 8, we have the theme that Elohim, Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, the creator, the judge, Elohei Yisrael, the Elohim of Israel, is enthroned. And then in verse 9, KJV wise, his kingship. So it's not speaking of the kingship of our king. Yes, the kingship of our king, right? Our anointed, duly anointed king should be respected. But here is speaking about the king of kings, right? Right? The supreme king of kings, Yahweh Eloheinu. So right here to the first verse, the Aleph verse, including the superscription. Laminatziyach, Livnei Korach, Mizmor. Here. First verse, right? Second verse from the Hebrew perspective is the KJV first verse. Call ha-amim, tika'u kaf, tika'u, clap, kaf, clap hand, tika'u kaf, clap like the palms of the hand, the kaf, right? Call all ha-amim, all the peoples, to say like all ye peoples, call ha'amim, tika'u kaf, clap your kaf, clap your hands, tika'u kaf. Hari'u, hari'u, hari'u. Shout, hari'u, le'Elohim, to Elohim, to the creator, to the judge of judges. Big all, in the voice, rina, in a ringing voice, in a shrill, in a ringing, a joyous ringing tone. Big all, rina. So the full here. La Menatziyach Libnei Korach Mizmor, to the chief musician Libnei, to the sons of Korach, the sons of Korah, Mizmor, a chant, praise, Isis. Call ha'amim tika'u kaf, hari'u le'Elohim korina. Here. What do we have here? We have the clap your hands, tika'u, kaf. So the clap is taka, right? Means like he blew, he clapped, he struck, he sounded, he thrust, he gave a blow, a blast. So now this word here, taka, is often used with the shofar, like with the ram's horn, like the different melodies of the ram horn. Like, when you hear the ram horn, there's a certain order of blast, like the blast of the ram's horn, right? But it can also mean, right, to blast the horn. But in regard to what we have here, is to clap the hand, right? It's almost like somehow the clap and the blow through the horn, the ram's horn, is synonymous within the Hebrew, the taka. So here's a plural sense, tika'u, to clatter, to slap, like slap. You see what it says, to slap the hands together, right? And the clang of the instruments, right? The clang of the instrument, right? Tika'u kaf. So here for hands is not the yad. Often the word hand in Hebrew is a yad. The yad is like the hand, to say like the back of the hand, and the fist, the hand, right? The kaf is like the open hand. The kaf is like the open hand, where it shows right there the palm. So like clap your palms together. It didn't say tika'u yad. Tika'u yad is like, bumping your fists together. No, it's tika'u kaf, like clapping your hands together. And then it says here where it says shout, hari'u. The command in the verse is hari'u. Hari'u comes from ru'ah, hari'u, to shout, to raise a sound, to cry aloud, like a war cry, right? Like a war cry. Ura, haru, ura, like ura. Like when they say ura, even in military today, it kind of comes from this ancient Hebraic sense here. But the ruah is like to give a shout of a war cry, a battle cry, right? A sound, like a signal, right? The trumpets, right? Also the sense of hari'u, right? Ura is like a triumph over enemies, to shout in applause, to shout also religiously, spiritually, the really just aspect of it, to shout for joy, to shout for triumph. But ruah comes from the sense of to mar. That means to make the shout like so loud, it's almost like it's splitting the ears, right? And this is also used of the teruah. So the fifth of the seven appointments, right, is called the Day of Trumpets, the Yom Teruah, the Yom of the Teruah. Here we have the word ruah, right, of the marring, the breaking, right, the sense of splitting the ears, that is to shout or to blow the trumpet, right, blow the ram's horns. So there are two, you could say, two commands right here. One is to clap your hands, tika'u kaf, and the other one is hariu, to ura. What do we have here? Was the demonstrations. These were the demonstrations that greeted the king, right? In the ancient and the Hebrew context, the taka'ah right, of the kaf, right, tika'u kaf, the clapping of the hands, and the ruah, right, the ura, the ruah. Also, these were the ways that a king, a melech, was greeted, right, when he ascended the throne. How do we know this? Right? We know this because in First Samuel chapter 10, verse 24. If you go to First Samuel chapter 10, verse 24, right, you see it there. Second Kings chapter 11, verse 12, where we have the demonstrations that greeted the king was the clapping of the hand and the shouting aloud, right? This is called for here in this first verse, the Aleph verse. This is called for here from the peoples, the Amim, right? The other peoples, right? On the acknowledgement of Ha Elohim, Elohei Yisrael, the Elohim of Israel, as the supreme ruler, Rabino Shel HaOlamim, as we say in the Hebrew, Rabino Shel HaOlamim, the ruler of the universe, the universal ruler, right? So this is what we have right here, this call right here, first verse. Once again, first verse, La Menatziach Livnei Korach Mizmor, to the chief musician, the musical presenter, for or of the sons of Korah, Livnei Korach, Mizmor, a chant, psalm, to say like a psalm, Isis, Mizmor. Call ha'amim, tika'u kaf, hari'u le'elohim, b'kol arena, right? And arena, here they have the voice of triumph. Let's bring out the Rena, right? Rena, right? A ringing cry, Rena, right? It's a entreaty, a supplication, Rena. It's a proclamation, a joy, a praise, Rena. And the sense of it is like a ringing sound, a joyous ringing sound, a ringing tone, like a creaking, a shrill sound. That is like, it can be a shout of joy. In some cases, it can be for grief, right? But in this case, it's a shout of triumph, of joy. Why? That will cause grief to those who had got defeat, right? So here, first verse, here to the second verse, the Beit verse, today's daily psalm, Mizmor, Mim, Zayin. Here at the Beit verse, it says, for Yahweh, for he who be. So here introduces the Hashem, right? The covenant name, Yahweh, right? Yahweh, right? For Yahweh most high, Yahweh Elyon, most high, Yahweh Elyon. Here we have Elyon. He who be, the highest, Elyon, right? The most high. As you can see in the note right here, the term Elyon is also applied to the Davidic. The anointed Davidic kings are Elyon. The anointed Davidic kings are most high. When it speaks about Yeshua in Revelation being the prince of the kings of the earth, in the Hebrew, that's also Elyon, right? Then it also speaks that Yisrael, in good covenant keeping, would be Elyon above all other nations, would be most high. So the same term is actually used of the Davidic king. It's used of Yisrael. It's used of Moshe, Yeshua, right? But it's all used of those because of Yahweh being Elyon. He is the most high. He is the highest, and those who serve him are higher than others who don't serve him, right? So here it says, for Yahweh Elyon, terrible, wow, terrible, right? A great king, Melech, over all the earth. Now this shows us how words have changed meanings over time, even in English, because if you say, man, how was that? Yo, it was terrible, right? Today, if we say something was terrible, it's like it was bad, right? It was awful. You're like, oh, it was terrible? Really? It was terrible? Right? No, I mean, it was terrible. Oh, you mean it was terribly good? Yeah, so the term terrible here, right, in the old English Bibles, like, how can I say? If I say something was awesome today, if I say something was awesome, people will hear it like positive. Oh, yo, that was awesome. But if I say, yo, it was awful, people say, oh, was that bad? No, it was awful. It was bad. You saying it's bad? No, no. Okay, it's awesome. Okay, okay, it's awesome. I get you. But see, in the ancient time, both, even in English, both terms meant the same thing. But now there's this difference. So you see what it says for Yahweh Elyon, terrible, right? Yahweh Elyon, terrible, right? Terrible. Let's get the Hebrew here so we can clarify. Ki Yahweh Elyon, Norah. Now, Nora is an attribute of Yahweh. He who he be, Yahweh. Who he be Ha, Nora. He be the dreadful one, the awesome one, the terrible one. You know what I mean? The awful one, the one full of awe, right? Nora. The word is Nora. Kia Yahweh Elyon Nora. For he who he be, the most high, dread, right? Dreadful, right? Here's the word Norah. Just bring that out. Norah comes from Yare, right? And we were saying what sense? In the Nephil sense. So Yare, right? Right? Yare, in the Hephil sense, build of it, it becomes with a noon at the beginning, Norah, right? To be fearful, right? To be right, to cause astonishment, right? He's awesome. He's to be held in awe. He's to inspire reverence. And as it says, godly fear or awe, right? So right there, right? He is reverent. But usually this word is translated as dread, right? Dread, it shall be dread or dread. Kia Yahuwah Elyon Norah. Melech Gadol, Melech king, Gadol, big king, great king, important king. Melech Gadol, all call haaretz, above all the land. Literally, above all the land, all call haaretz. Full of full all together now. Ki Yahweh Elyon Norah, Melech Gadol, al kol haaretz. Here. He is awe-inspiring, right? So that word terrible there. Let's just look over here just briefly. Let's see the NHEB, the NET says, for the sovereign Yahweh is awe-inspiring. He is the great king who rules the whole earth. Not quite a translation. It's kind of the word rules is not there, right? The what it says he is over all. The NHEB seems a little better, but it has that lordy thing. But anyway, it has the Gentile. The Gentile tetragrammaton is LORD. Stop using it. Anyway, for Yahweh Most High, Elyon is awesome, right? Norah, right? He is a great king, Melech Gadol, over all the earth. This is a good translation. Al Kol Haaretz, right? Lastly, but not leastly, down here, we have for Yahweh Most High is awesome. Good. He is a great king over all the earth. Okay. See, why we say this one was false right here, where it says he who rules. It didn't say Melech Gadol Malak. It didn't say Melech Gadol Malak. Malak is the rule, or Yimlok, or anything like that. It says Al Kol. He is above. See, in the word Elyon, right? This word Elyon, right, has as its root meaning, right? Allah to ascend, and Al mean above. So in a sense, it's saying that he is the one who is above, most high, right? To be respected, he is to be dread, right? He's a great king that is above, right? That is above all the land, all the earth, right? Or inspiring. Here to the Gimel verse, the third verse right here. He shall subdue the people under us and the nations under our feet. Right? Yadabir amim tachatenu ula leumim tachata ragleinu. Yadabir is interesting, right? Yadabir. If I was to point it as Yadabir, he will speak. But here it's pointed as Yadabir. Because see, the root here of subdue is dabar. Y'all know dabar by now, right? Dabar, the H1696, right? It's a word that usually means to speak. Check that, right? That's why I said if I would have pointed as yidabir, he will speak, right? Yidaber, he will speak. Yadaber. But Yadaber is different than Yidaber. Yadaber, Yidaber. Yadaber, Yidaber. But notice what it says right here for dabar, the root word. To speak, to declare, to converse, to command, to promise, to warn, to threaten, to say. Right? That's the first sense right there, right? But this word here, only Strong's bringing out. BDB don't really bring it out right here so much so. Right? I'm looking through here now to speak, to lead away, put to flight. Yeah, but here Strong's definition says a primitive root. The word dabar, that means to speak, right? Properly means to arrange, right? To arrange. The sense is to arrange words, to arrange words. So this is used like figuratively of words to arrange, right? In the sense of to speak. It's the word dabar as a noun means word. When it says in the beginning was the word had dabar, and the word had dabar was with Elohim, and the word had dabar was Elohim. Check. So here the word dabar as a verb, it means to speak. But notice what it says right here. You see the word really, really, right? Really, right? And this is one of the rare areas where it's not yidabir, but it's yadabar, yadabir, yadabir. Because here is a sense where it means in a destructive sense, or in the alternative, the second of the two senses, to subdue, right? To subdue, right? To subdue, right? So this is where it gets a sense of he will subdue, right? It's a very rare, this is like a rare sense of the dabar being used as to subdue. But what it tells us is that the sense of to speak and to arrange words, right, is one sense, but word, sound, and power. Word, sound, and power can also be used to subdue, right? You can just use the bar to speak, but yidabir, yadabir means to subdue. So here it says yadabir, yadabir, right? So yadabir amin, right? Tachetenu. Now, if one misread this, they might say he will speak the peoples under us, but in a sense, he will speak to people under us. But the understanding of the biblical Hebrew sense, right? The biblical Hebrew sense is that by the word, right? Hold on for a moment. Sorry about that right there. By the word, he will subdue the people. Tahat, right? Anu. Tahat anu. Tachetenu. Under, right? Under anu. Under us, right? Ulomim. And le of umim, and the nations. The word for nations here is not the word goyim. See, that's what the translation sometimes. Y'all, I was watching some stills of different videos, just looking at YouTube's, and I think it was that Wes Huff or someone said like, I don't recommend the KJV Bible, and I'm kind of there with ones and ones on that, except that in study, if you use it correctly, it can be a good study tool. But if you deep end on it and conclude certain things from the English, you might find those conclusions would be wrong, right? So the word here for nations, right, is not the usual goyim, right? Goy and goyim. It's leom, leumim. So here we have leumim, the plural sense of leom. La'am, they say, is a people nation, but La'am more correctly is community. La'am is a community, right? Like a gathering in the sense of a community. Not really a nation or people, right? But it seems that the translators had a word deficit. The translators seem to have the word deficit. So they use a lot of words for the same, for a lot of words for different things, right? But anyway, be that as it may, the more correct translation, and the communities under our feet. Ulaumim, tahat under ragleinu. Ragle, right, of Anu. The ragle, the feet of Anu. Ragleinu, under our feet, right? The general truth is enunciated here in this verse that received illustration, right, in the recent victory, right? What's being said here? He subdued, right, Yadabir, which come from Dabar, to speak, to converse, by word, sound, power, right? Arrangement of words, word, sound. It says really in destructive sense to subdue, right? He subdued, right? Yadabir, Amim, the people, Tachte anu, tachtenu, under us, ulomim, and the communities, the different like ethnicities. This might be better translated as like ethnicities, so to speak, right? Ul umim, the umim, right? The umim, right? Leom, ulumim, tahata ragleinu, under I and I feet. Here to the Dalet verse right here, here for this first section. This is the call to the nations and the people groups, right? The ethnicities. He shall choose our inheritance for us. Remember, this is like Yisrael, collective Israel speaking right here. He will choose our inheritance for us, for I and I. The excellency of Yaakov, of Jacob, whom he loved, Selah, Selah. Diasama, interlude, pause. Selah. Selah is like say pause, right? Interlude, Selah, pause. Here. Bring out the Hebrew. Yivchar. Remember earlier we touched on chosen, Bahar, right? Bahar, Bachir, Bachiro, right? Bahar, here's Bahar, to choose, to select, to elect, to be chosen. Here, he would choose, try, that is to select, elect, right? Yibchar, he will choose, he will select, he will elect, Lanu. He will elect for us. Yibchar lanu. He will choose for us, select for us, elect for us. Yibchar lanu. Et object marker. What will he select, elect for us? Et nachalatenu. The nachalatenu. The nachalat of Anu. The nachalat of Anu. Our nachala. Right? What is nachala? Nachala is possession, property, right? Our portion, right? Something that is inherited, nachala, nachalateinu, right? Eta nachalateinu, right? Our inherited something, our occupancy, our heirloom, more to this psalm in the context of our estate, right? Our estate. You see the word estate, patrimony, because of the patriarch, right? Patrimony, and therefore our portion. General sense, inheritance. Yibchar lanu eta nachalateinu. Eta gaon. He will choose for us not just our inheritance, will he choose for us, but also Gaon, Ya'iko. He will also choose for us the Gaon. What is the Gaon? The Gaon of Yaakov, the Gaon, right? It's this word excellency, Gaon, right? The Gaon, Eta Gaon Yaakov, the exaltation, the majesty, right here they bring it out as excellency right here, but the sense is like it can be in a bad sense, it can be pride, arrogance, right? In a good sense, it's like exaltation, still pride, right? But rightful pride. Excellency, yeah, let's go with that, but just want to kind of zoom in on the pride sense. It can be in a bad sense, but the context here is in the good sense for I and we. He would choose for us, right? The pride, the excellency of Yaakov. Yibchar lanu et nachalatenu et geon Yaakov. Asher, that which Ahav. Asher Ahav, that which he loved, right? That which he loves. Asher, right? Ahav. Asher Ahav. Selah, pause. Our inheritance, our nachala, nachalateinu, our nachala. What is this here? The land of Canaan. It's clear that the land of the land of Canaan, was the nachala and is nachalateinu in this context. Therefore, the attempt to drive the Beta Israel out was and is bound to fail because he has chosen this lanu for us, for anu, le'anu, lanu. So the pride of Jacob, We're going to go with the word the pride of Jacob to avoid confusion, right? Because excellency, yes, but it's in the sense of pride. In a bad sense, it can be pride in the sense of arrogancy. But in a good sense, it's pride in the sense of exaltation, right? Remember, it says the Gaon Yaakov Asher Ahab, right? That he loves, right? That he loves. So we say the good pride, the pride of Jacob, the inheritance in that Yisrael, that Israel, right? And then the beta Israel, I takes pride as a gift, may Elohim, right? From Eloheinu, from I creator, from I judge, right? Whom he loveth, Asher Ahab, Asher Ahab. Let's touch on the word love. Ahab Ahab, right? Asher Ahab, that which he loves, Ahab, right? That love, ahava, right? That ahava was demonstrated and manifested how? How was that love demonstrated and manifested? In the bestowal, in the giving of the nachala, in the giving of nachalatenu, in the giving of our inheritance. So once again here, bringing it to the Selah, yivchar lanu et nachalatenu, et geon Yaakov asher aheb, Selah. Pause. Now, here, this brings us here to verses 5, right? Verses 5 to 6, right? The hay, right? Here at the hay verse. And now, this next section, right? Verses 5 to 6, KJV wise, and the numbering, is the praise of the king, praising the king. So, the context here is that the king is Yahweh, right? The king is Yahweh, right? Who had descended to fight the fight, right? Right? Get the victory, right? For I without a conflict, right? And then ascend again, right? And we're so grateful. We give thanks and praise. Thus the psalm right here. This section, praise Isis Hamelech, Isis to the Melech, Isis to the Negus, even Negus and the guest. Here. God is going up with a shout. Yahweh with the sound of a trumpet. This is the sound of the shofar. Just to bring out the word shofar. Shofar specifically is the ram's, right? The ram's horn, right? Here is the Hebrew. Allah, Allah, Elohim. Now, Allah, so people don't get confused. This is not Allah. This is not Allah, right? Allah means to curse. Allah means to ascend. Allah. Two different words. Allah means to go up, like to aliyah, to go up, to ascend, to climb. Allah, right? To go up. So it's a sense of bring it down here to ascend, to be high, right? So Elohim ascended, right? Elohim ascended. He ascends. Elohim goes up, right? Allah, Elohim, be teruah, be teruah, in and by way of and with a shout. So here we get the word teruah. Remember, we spoke about the fifth of the seven feasts and appointments from Passover to Sukkot, right? And in the third season, the first feast and the third of the three times in the year is biblically, according to Torah, is called the Yom Teruah. What is the Yom Teruah? Yom Teruah is the day of the trumpets, the day of the blast, right? So here it says, Allah Elohim be Teruah, that ascended Elohim by way of the teruah, by way of the blast, by way of the, with the blowing of the horn, that shout. That it could be a shout of man, but in the sense it connects with the day of the shoutings, right? The day of the blowing of the ram's horn. Yahweh, he who be who he be, Bikal, in the voice, by way of the voice, with the voice or the sound. Here the word call, go back. Here the word call is voice, but the same word for voice can be the sound. So blowing the trumpet, blowing the shofar, it has the voice, right, of the horn, the sound of the horn. Yahuwah Bikal Shofar. So here specifically, it's saying that Elohim ascends with that shout, right? And he who he be, right, with the voice or on the voice of the shofar, goes up on the voice of the shofar. So here, God is going up, or Elohim, Allah. Now, another important thing about the word Allah here is that Allah, right, as we have it here, means to go up, ascend, to climb. But in the part of speech, it means he go up. He ascends. So notice that the word Elohim may be understood as plural of might and powers, but the might and the powers is in a singularity. See, if it was, some people say, oh, Elohim means a bunch of gods, of different gods. Not when we're speaking of Eloheinu. Maybe when the others are using the same term to speak of their, Elohim. But here it says Allah, He ascends. So the powers, right? Elohim is the powers. He be the powers. He be the mights, right? He be the creator possessing powers and mights, but power and might in singularity. So to the people who say that the Elohim is a plural, well, when they say they lie and they don't know Hebrew, then it should read Alu. If it was they, if they was they, it'll be Alu, but it doesn't read Alu, right? Alu, Olu. No, it reads Allah. Elohim be teruah. Yahweh be called the shofar. So here, he, right? The powers, he has returned to his heavenly abode, to the higher heights after his descent to overthrow Assyria. The idea here of his intervention in the earthly domain is often conveyed in scripture by the word descend. So in the Hebrew and in the scripture, there's two words often used, right? It says like Yahweh, he came down, he descend, he bowed the heavens and come down. That means it's like in the Hebrew sense, like he is going to interface in something here on this earthly plane. Because remember what the word says, the heaven of heavens are his, but the earth he's given to the children of men, right? So if he descends, he's descending, into our sphere, right, for a particular work, right? So use the term descend, right, to come into this sphere for a particular work, and then the Allah, he ascends to return, we say, to the higher throne, so to speak. Genesis chapter 11, for example, right, the Tower of Babel chapter, right, Genesis chapter 11 verses 5 and 7, it uses the term descend, right? So he descend, right, his intervention, his interposition, his intervention, and then Allah, his ascending, right? We have it elsewhere too, but let's go on right here. Amidst the sound of the ram's horn, right? So here it says, amid the sound of a trumpet, the word here is shofar. And shofar is not just any horn, it is the ram's horn, acclaiming, as it were, his triumph. So the blowing of the ram's horn, it signifies Yahweh Eloheinu's his triumph. So we can also kind of have a better context. When we speak about like the trumpet, the shofar. This is how the biblical Hebrews understood, right? Understood these things right here. Hold on for a moment. I don't think I have the shofar right here. Shofar, so far, so long, Rastafari call you. Shofar. Let's just get the shofar right here. Where's our shofar? Anybody know where the shofar is? Where's the shofar? Right there. Let's bring up the shofar right here, brothers and sisters. Didn't have it on the board right here, but let us bring it into the exhibit since we're talking about the shofar to give a demonstration right here. So here, once again, the full of the verse. Allah, Elohim be teruah. Yahweh, Bikol shofar. So right there, in that audible, we have both. We have both as one right there, combining both as one. The Allah Elohim be teruah, yeah, right? That shout, right? That shout out. So when we give shout outs, we give the shout out to Yahweh Elohim, right? Allah Elohim be teruah, right? Elohim is going up, right? Be teruah with a teruah, with the teruah, with that shout, right? That shout, right? That shout for joy, that shouts of joy, that clamor, the battle cry with the trumpets. Yeah, Yahweh, he who he be, big all on the voice, the sound of the shofar. Now that brings us right here to the wow, the Vav verse, right here, the sixth verse. Remember, we're still in the section right here, the praise of Hamelech and hear of Yahweh Eloheinu Hamelech, he who he be, Ainai Elohim, the King, even the King of the kings, the King of all kings, right? Even and especially even the Davidic King. Check. Thus Siyum Exavia, the elect of God. Check. So here, we are at the wild, the Vav verse, KJVY, 6th verse. Sing praises to Elohim. Sing praises, right? Sing praises to our King, Malkeinu, right? Sing praises, right? Now, one thing is interesting is that each of these sing praises is Zamar. Zamar is the root of Mizmor. So when we say Mizmor, a psalm, Mezmor in Amharic, the Hebrew is Mizmor. So Mezmor, tomato, Mezmor, but here Hebraically Mizmor. It comes from Zamar. Zamar means to chant, right? It means to chant, like we say Isis, but it often means to chant with the accompaniment of a musical instrument, right? So like to chant. So even upon the harps, the drums, right? To beat the drums, right? To play the instrument and then to chant Isis, right? Or another musical instrument, the harps, other harps. You know what I'm saying? So that's the general sense, like it says right here. The idea in the ancient sense is through the striking of the fingers, right? The striking of the fingers, zamar, right? Zamar can also mean to trim, to prune, right? In that sense. But in this sense, it's the striking. Musically, it's the striking of the fingers, right? The striking of the fingers, the touching of the strings. So if it's a string instrument, like a guitar, for example, somebody play a guitar and they're singing or chanting a song, that's a way of zamar, right? Somebody playing the drums, the harps in the Rastafari sense, and chanting, that is the zamar. But usually the zamar has to do with a mizmor, and the mizmor is a song. Not just any song, anybody's song, but specifically for the Israelites, it's like the Sefer Tehillim. It's like the Psalms of David, for example, right? So it's a chant, right? It's a chant, right? And it's to play music simultaneously, right? This is accompaniment by the voice, right? So that music being played by the accompaniment of the voice. So here in the Hebrew, it says Zamru, Zamru Elohim, Zamru. So the Hebrew Zamru is a command. So when we say Zamru, it's like a command to you all, right? So to speak to a group of people, say Zamru, like chant, y'all. Zamru Elohim, chant Elohim. Zameru, Zameru, right? Chant, y'all. So chant, like to Elohim, to the power, the creator. Zameru, chant, right? Zamru, chant, y'all. Le Malkeinu, Zameru. Le Malkeinu, Zameru. Chant Isis, y'all, to Malkeinu, to our Melech, right? In the plural sense, our Melech in the we sense is Malkeinu, right? Malkeinu. What do we have? What do we have here? We have here the Hebrew verb, right? That is the root of mizmor. The Hebrew verb that's the root of mizmor is zamar. Zamar. Zamru is a command. Zameru, right? Like chant, y'all, Elohim chanting, right? Chant y'all to Elohim, y'all chanting. Chant y'all to Elohim, y'all chanting. Chant y'all, command, le malkeinu zameru, y'all chanting, right? So the psalm, the word for psalm, and the root word, mizmor, zamar. This is used of vocal praise. This is often used of vocalizes right here. This brings us right here, fulfilling this section to the next to last section, these two verses here. We have verses 7, the Zain, and the Chet verse, and verse 8. Here to verse 7 right here. Here to verse 7 right here. Verse 7. So it's saying like chant Isis to Elohim, chant Isis to our king, chant Isis. Then it says for or because, the reason why to chant Isis. We're chanting Isis for because Elohim, the creator, right? Is the king, right? The king of all the earth, right? Of all the land, right? Sing your praises, sing your Isis, right? Sing your praises with understanding, Zamar, right? Chant with understanding, right? The sense is like with, like everyone that hath. The Hebrew sense is not just with understanding, overstanding, but everyone that really has an understanding, right? That's what I said. We have to know what the eyes is are for. I know what the eyes is are for. Is understanding what you're chanting. So the sakal sense here is to be prudent, to be wise, right? To have insight, right? Comprehension. So when we go through the Psalms, we often like to put the context together, right? Because then as we go through the verses with the context there, it's with those who understand. We have an understanding of what we're chanting. You know what I'm saying? So here, Ki Melech for king, right? Ki Melech call Haaretz for king, all the earth, for king, all the land, for he is king of all the earth, of all the land, right? Elohim. So Elohim is the king, right? For king, all the land is Elohim. Kia meleka kol haaretz Elohim. Zamru. Chant your maskil. Chant your skillfully. Another way of bringing it out is like chant your with skill. Sakal, maskil. Right? So the king of all the earth. Ki melek kol haaretz. This is the great truth that is proclaimed in the Mizmor, even Mizmor Mim Zain, right? Hence, the call to all the peoples, when it says call, ha'amim, to all the peoples, to unite, to come together, to gather and acknowledge, act on the knowledge, acknowledge his kingship, the kingship of Yahweh Eloheinu. And it says a skillful song. Some bring out the maskil, right? My skill as a skillful song. Let's see if here NHETNET says a well written song. My skill, my skill appears elsewhere, right? We have my skill, but it's from Sakal. My skill there. Let's go over here. Understanding. Here we say overstanding. So once again, the verse here again. Ki melech kol haaretz Elohim. Zamru, my skill. Here to the Chet, to the eighth verse right here. Elohim, the creator, the judge, right? Elohim reigneth, rules over the heathen, over the heathen, over the goy. Now here they have the goyim, the heathen, the nations, the Gentiles, right? Over the heathen. Elohim sitteth upon the throne of his holiness, right? Of his Kodesh, upon his set apart throne, his set apart throne. Malak, right? Malak. See, here we have Malak, not Melech. Melech is king, right? Melech is king. Malak means to become king or to rule as king, right? To become king, it can be to be coronated, to reign, to ascend the throne, to induct into royalty, right? So here, Malak, he reigns, he rules as king, Elohim, all goyim, above or upon goyim, right? This is over, it's like above all goyim, like higher than the nations, right? Elohim yashab, Elohim yashab, Elohim is seated, yashab, to be seated, all upon kisei, the throne of Kadisho. Kisei, all kisei Kadisho, all kisei Kodsho. He sitteth, to say like he's enthroned. So the word here, sitteth, yashab. Some translators will bring out the sense of he is enthroned, right? But literally, it's like he sitteth upon the throne of his kadisho, the kisei kadisho, the throne of his set apartness. The key verbs here is malak. He rules, has become king, rules as king, and yashab, he sitteth, he is enthroneth, right? Translate, hath become king. So the Hebrew translation of this contextually could mean and could be brought out better as he hath become king over all the heathen, based on that defeat of the Assyrians and other nations hearing and fearing this, right? Our chant is that now you'll recognize, or we already know, that Yahweh Elohim was king, but he had to give you a demonstration. So Malak, right, Elohim, right, hath become king, Elohim, and Yashab, Elohim Yashab, and Elohim hath taken his seat, right? He's taken his seat after the defeat of the enemies, the defeat of the Syrians. Now he has taken his seat, right? All kisei kadisho. See, you have to remember that the psalm here, the action in the psalm, the action in the psalm that he ascends. So he had descended to get the victory, right? And give us the victory. And now he ascends, right? And amongst the shout, yeah, and the shofar, right? And now we get to this verse, right? He is once again king, right? He has become king in their eyes, in their estimation, because he's ruling now. They have gotten a demonstration, right? And because he has ascended, he has retaken his seat. Elohim Yashab al Kisei Kadisho, right? Has taken his seat, right? So the psalmist here, and I is describing the effect of the victory. This is what this verse is bringing out. What is the effect of the victory? So, like one verse is connected with the next verse. And as verse upon verse, line upon line, there's a certain sequence of action that is going on, right? Elohim had been the king of the earth before. He had been the king from the very beginning. He is king from even before the beginning. But at the very beginning, he is king. But his sovereignty, right? His sovereignty, right, was confirmed by what he had most recently done, did, and achieved. The sovereignty was compromised. You know, 'cause others were saying that their idols was king and that their idolatrous kings were kings, you know, and that we as Israelites, you know, don't know what we're talking about, and they could just treat us and defeat us any way they wanted to. But the victory, based on what he done did, right, it changed up the whole equation. They had to, take stock, and now we're calling them to worship. Right, we're calling them to worship. Accordingly, Elohim takes his seat upon his throne, having established his right to it based on the defeat that he done did, right? To administer the affairs of men and nations. But also for us as Yisrael, this verse is saying that yes, he who be who he be, right, is king of kings, right? But he has chosen Israel. So he rules over you, right? And we rule over you too, is what this psalm is saying. But we rule over the other nations. We are Elyon over the other nations because he is Elyon over all, and he had descended to achieve this victory, right, against those who were enemies of Yisrael, right? And that resonated. So in other words, like something happened and a tune, right? A tune was made, to commemorate this great event right here. Now here, this brings us here to the closing, the eighth verse, the closing verse right here. In some manuscripts, it's actually the 10th verse, right? But the KJV, it will be the ninth verse. Here's a closing verse right here. The princes of the people are gathered together. The people of the Elohe Abraham, of the Elohim of Abraham, for for the shields of the earth to Elohim. They are two, four of Elohim. He is greatly exalted. He is greatly exalted. Another reading of this right here is the princes, the voluntary of the people. So the word for princes here has a sense in Hebrew of like free will and voluntary. There's a term for princes that comes from the sense of voluntary or free willing. Like free willing something is like voluntary, like to volunteer. So another reading of it, so princes, we can bring out the voluntary of the people are gathered to the people of the Elohe Abraham, gathered to the people of the Elohim of Abraham. And here's the verse in the Hebrew. Nidibay Amin. The princes of the people, Nidibay Amin, or the voluntary of the people. Let's bring that out right here. The word is Nadib, right? Nidibay, right? The Nidibay of, right? The Nidibay Amin, princes of the people, or the voluntary. So the word Nadib, right? Nadib in Hebrew means to be inclined, to be willing. Sometimes the nobles, it could be translated as the nobles of the people, right? Nidebe Amin, right? Those who are generous. Because generally speaking, you know, generally speaking, in a good condition, the nobles and the princes are generous, ought to be generous. I mean, if they have a recognition that their wealth, what they have gotten, is because of Yahweh Eloheinu, that should incline them to be generous, right? Willing, inclined, in mind and character. You know what I'm saying? So the word here for princes, KJV chose the word princes, but from a Hebrew perspective, it's like the nobles. So in our system, those who are noble, right, correctly should have a willing, voluntary, and a generous character, just to the root of the word. They should be magnanimous, right? So the voluntary of the people, or another form of the translation, the nobles of the people. Nidibe Amin, Ne Safu, Ne Esafu are gathered. Asaf, to gather. Ne Esafu are gathered, right? To say like gathered to the people, Elohe Abraham, to the Elohe Abraham, are gathered to the people of the God. See the language? The people of the God of Abraham. Elohe Abraham. It didn't say to the people of Abraham, but to the people of the God of the Elohim of, right? Abraham, the creator, the judge of Abraham. Elohe Abraham. Ki, for or because, Lelohim, to Elohim, the creator, Magine Eretz, the Magine, the Magen. Magen, as you should know, right? Chabarim, Magen is a shield, right? Magine is the shields of. The shields of. It's plural. The shields of. Magine, the shields of. Eretz, the shields of the land. Right? The shields of the earth, the shields of the land. Magine, Eretz, Me'od, Me'od, nuf, very. Me'od, to say very. Tov, Me'od, very good. Tov, good. Me'od, very much. Here we have Me'od, Na'aleh. Me'od na'aleh, me'od na'aleh, for greatly, right? Very much na'aleh, na'aleh, right? Na'allah, right? He is very much extended. Na'allah, na'illah, na'illah, some can point it, or na'allah, na'allah. What is na'allah? See the word Allah, ascend? The na part here, to bring out the na part, is a nephil. See the nephil sense? Na ilah, na Allah. Me'od na Allah. He is very much taken up, right? He's very much taken away. But the sense is to say exalted. He is very exalted. He's very taken high up. He is very high up. He is very ascended, right? Not just he's ascended, but like not just he's high, but he's very high, right? That's why we call him the Most High, right? So right here, the final verse right here. Nidibe amim ne safu am Elohei Abraham ki le Elohim maginea retza meod na elah meod na Allah. Very much he is ascended. Now, here, this concluding verse. His kingship acknowledged. His kingship acknowledged. So the verse here is in the prophetic mood, right? There's what we call in the Hebrew the prophetic mood, right? It's looking forward to a scene that is depicted as actually happening, right? As actually happening. Right? So when we say it's like the prophetic perfect, there's a sense of the Hebrew where an action that has already happened, right, is put in the sense of it's prophetic. So like it's calling those things, right, which be not as though they were. You know what I mean? So it's like you pray and you ask for this, for that, and while you're praying, you're thankful. Say, thank you so much. I thank you. I've received it. I've gotten it already. You're speaking about it as it's already happening. That's that principle Hebraically. Calling those things, word sound, as though they be, those things that be not as though they be, and calling them into being. So that's the sense of the prophetic perfect, right? Looking forward to a scene that is depicted as actually happening, right? So the princes of the people, as we touched on in the debate, Amin, are the nobles. These are the representatives of all the goyim, the other nations, the other peoples, lil me, right? The other peoples who are assembled, right, to pay homage to the supreme king, to the king of the kings of the kings, right? The people, they gather to the people, ne safu, ne a safu am, they gather to the am, the people of the Elohim of Abraham. Am Elohei Abraham. Right? The people of the Elohim of Abraham. Now, the sense required, right, is together with the people of the God of Abraham. Directly, it says, people, God of Abraham. They are gathered people, the God of Abraham, right? One might read it as the people of the God of Abraham are gathered together, but the sense of it, right, would be that they are gathered together with the people, though the word with is not there, right? So the LXX, the Septuagint, right, the Koine Greek, it supplies in their translation from the ancient Hebrew, they add a preposition, right? They supply the preposition with, right? But less probable is the suggestion to understand words like to become before the people. So the AV, the authorized version, right? Following Ibn Ezra. The mention of Abraham is important right here. Just to mention this right here, the mention of Abraham. Why is Abraham important? Remember, it says he'd be a father of many nations and all of that, right? This links the prophecy of the future with the promise, with the word, right, of the past, that he was to become a father, a patriarch, like a progenitor, right, of multitude of other nations, multitude of nations. Here in Genesis, right, when you compare this with Genesis chapter 17, verse 4. The obliteration, therefore, of distinction between Yisrael and the nations and the Goyim. You see, this is what many of us, some wrestle with this today, like in the New Covenant, Brit Chadasha sense. Is salvation to the Jews only? Is it to Israel? Is it to the nations? Is it not to nations? Which nations? Or are the nations only the Israelite nations? But with Abraham, right, who was not an Israelite and who was not a Jew, but yes, he was a Ivri. He was a Hebrew, right? There's the obliteration of the distinction between Yisrael, the Beta Israel, and the nations by way of the incorporation of the latter, incorporating Hagoyim, the nations, so that the peoples, they become part of the people, the Am Elohe Abraham. You see, there's an important thing. Some people may want to, if they're other nations, they can never become Israel in that sense, right? But they should not seek to join Israel on that level. They should seek to join, right, with the God of Israel. Because if you join with the God of Israel, right, the Elohe Yisrael, who is the Elohe Abraham, then you become truly part of his people. There's a prophecy in Yeshaya where it said, and those who join themselves to Yahweh, those who join themselves to he who be who he be, right? Not those who join themselves to Israel. You see, only because Israel is Israel, but they join themselves to the God. You see, so that's a sense here that sometimes get lost or is avoided right there, right? So this idea of them, these other peoples, right, becoming part of the people, right, the people of the God of Abraham. And notice it says the people of the God of Abraham. Although these were Israelites here, they could have said the people of the God of Israel. But understanding the word of prophecy and seeing the reality before them, they correctly said the Am Elohe Abraham, right? Becoming part of the people of the God of Abraham. This is what kind of floats and hovers, so to speak, before the singers, the chanters' prophetic eye, right? The composer of this psalm right here, right? As the end, the fulfillment of Elohim's great manifestation of himself, right? Elohim, the creator, not just the creator of Israel, but the creator of all creation and the creator of all peoples, right? And therefore, rightfully, the true God of all the nations, if they would only receive the truth, right, of Israel. Now, the shields of the earth. What about this phrase for the shields of the earth? Magine, Magine Eretz. Designation of kings and princes or rulers. In Hosea, right? In Hosea chapter 4, verse 18, there's an interesting point of reference. Not going to go through it here, but for the Talmudim, take note, Hosea chapter 4, verse 18. Although themselves are governors, they are under his sway, right? They are under his sway. I should play the laugh track here. You know why? Because I just said in my thought, I ain't going to go there. We're not going to go there right now. But, I received I received the word to go there, right? So right here, what is it? Hosea, her rulers. Let's say the word right here. What word is here? Okay, here we go. This is the reason why. Now, here's the verse right here. What we're seeing the link here is the phrase the shields. What does it mean by shield? The word shield in Hebrew is magain. Magain Dawid, they say the shield of David, but magain. Here we have magine, the shields of, right? The land, the earth. So here's the phrase right here in the Hebrew says, Sar Saba'am ha zenei. He's a new ahabu, hebu, kalona magineha, kalon magineha. So the English is this: their drink is sour, their drink is sour. Sar Saba'am. Sar Saba'am. They committed whoredom continually. Right? Hazaneya Hizanu. Hazane Hizanu. Actually, it's the word zana to commit fornication twice. Right? But it's the sense of hazane, right? Like fornicating, they fornicate. To say like they fornicate, they fornicate. Like they fornicating, they fornicate. It's a way of intensity. Like the sense continually is a decent way to bring out the general sense. Hazaneya he's a new. Ahabu, ahabu, ahabu. they ahab, they love, right? The word ahab, ahabu, they love, right? Hey boo, right? They love, hey boo, hey boo. Give y'all, right? From Yahab. So the sentence is like they love, hey boo, give y'all, right? Give y'all, they love doing this fornication, hey boo, right? Kalona magineha, right? Kalon. The word kalon is shame. Kalon, disgrace, dishonor, ignominy, right? Disgrace, right? Disgrace, implication, pudenda. Now, pudenda is actually like it's used to refer to like the sexual parts of the body. Let me point out like that, the sexual parts of the body, right? So you can understand the sense of it, right? It's shame, but it's even pointing out almost like they expose themselves, right? Her rulers, who do this? You see right here where it says her rulers. The word ruler here is magain, right? So to attach the sense in Psalm 47, right, at the ninth verse where it says the shields of the earth. So one would ask, so what is the shields of the earth? Magain. Magain is a shield, literal shield. But what is the shields of the earth? This verse, which is translated as her rulers shame, do love, give y'all, right? It's kind of backwards, right? It's kind of out the way. Her shields are her rulers, right? Her rulers. So here, by going here, this helps us to understand, let's see the other translation. They consume their alcohol. Their drink has become sour. They consume the alcohol. You ever notice like alcohol, sometimes when it's strong, right? It has like a kind of a sour off taste, right? Although it'll get you ripped, but still, they consume their alcohol. They engage in cult prostitution, right? Or they prostitute themselves continually, right? Continually. They dearly love their shameful behavior. They dearly love their shameful behavior, right? But here it says her rulers. So their shields are their rulers, right? Their shield are their rulers, right? Just want to bring out that sense once again so you can see this right here where it says her rulers. So this is the point of reference. And now I know why the Spirit said to go here, because unless you go through the study, you'll just see the verse and say, well, how does the princes, the nobles of the people are gathered together, the people of the God of Abraham, for to Elohim belong the shield of the earth. He is greatly rejoiced, he is greatly exalted. How does that link with their drink is sour? They committed whoredom continually. Her rulers shame, do love, give y'all, right? Give y'all. The point of all this is the magain, in order for us to understand right here that when it says the shields, right, the shields, the magain of the earth, they belong to Elohim. In other words, the rulers, right? The designation of kings and rulers, right? So the word shield actually in the Hebrew context is a figurative way to refer to the rulers, because in Hosea chapter 4 verse 18, where it says rulers, right, is literally the word magain, shield, right? Magineha. Magineha means her shield, to say her king or her ruler, right? So this was to define the term Magain, so we can understand that the shields of the earth is Hebraically a designation to the governors, the princes, the rulers, that even the governors and the princes and the rulers are under the sway of Elohim, even Eloheinu, Yahweh Eloheinu, as under the sway of our, right, Elohim, of our creator, of our judge. Even they are under his sway. This is why it seals up here with he is greatly exalted, right? Me'od na Allah, me'od na Allah, na Allah. He is greatly lifted up, or he has become greatly exalted. The sense in the Hebrew, me'od na Allah, na Allah. He has become greatly Allah, na Allah, become greatly high, lifted up, exalted. This is the sequel of what has taken place, right? Elohim, even Elohe Yisrael, Elohe Abraham's exaltation, it results from recognition of him by all peoples. So, in other words, as long as other people do not recognize that, you know what I mean, the spiritual war, it goes on. In other words, you know what I mean? But here in the psalm is saying that by what he done did, he will prove his sovereignty, right? And hopefully all peoples will recognize that. You know what I mean? It is one of the dominant notes that are struck in the Psalms and the book of Psalms over and over again, right? That yes, he is Elohim, he is Yisrael's Elohim, right? He is Israel's God, right? But really that he is the true God, right? He's the creator, and he chose Israel, right? The choice of Yisrael is for Yisrael to be the one who shows that way, that example. You know, and may Father Bashem Yeshua forgive I and I for falling short of that, because when we understand his great purpose, you know, it should have been easy work, right? And hopefully by Shem Yeshua, it will be easy work. So this is one of the main notes struck in the psalm, truly expresses the ultimate aim of Yisrael's way. You know, what ones might call religion, but of the true, you know, the way, the truth, and life as given and shown to Yisrael, right? And through Yisrael. So right here, Nidibei Amim Nesafu Am Elohei Abraham. Kia Elohim Magine Eretz. Meod Na Allah. Meod. Hi. Very much, very much. So here, to see.
Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God, sing praises unto our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth, sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen, God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
מזמור מ"ז למנצח לבני קורח מזמור. כל העמים תקעו כף, הריעו לאלוהים בקול רינה. כי אדוני עליון נורא, מלך גדול על כל הארץ. ידבר עמים תחתנו ולאומים תחת רגלינו. יבחר לנו את נחלתנו, את גאון יעקב אשר אהב סלע. עלה אלוהים בתרועה, אדוני בקול שופר. זמרו אלוהים זמרו, זמרו למלכנו זמרו, כי מלך כל הארץ אלוהים, זמרו משכיל. מלך אלוהים על גויים, אלוהים ישב על כיסא קודשו. נדיבי עמים נאספו, עם אלוהי אברהם, כי לאלוהים מגין ארץ, מאוד נעלה.
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
מזמור, מזמור, מים, זין, מזמור, מים, זין. למנצח, לבני קורח, מזמור. כל העמים תקעו כף, הריעו לאלוהים בקול רינה, כי יהוה עליון נורא, מלך גדול על כל הארץ. ידבר עמים תחתנו, ולאומים תחת רגלינו. יבחר לנו את נחלתנו, את גאון יעקב, אשר אהב סלה. Allah Elohim בתרועה, יחווה בקול השופר. זמרו אלוהים, זמרו, זמרו למלכנו, זמרו. כי מלך כל הארץ אלוהים, זמרו המשכיל. מלך אלוהים על גויים, אלוהים ישב על כיסא קדשו. Nidire Amimane Esafu Elohe Avraham Ki Elohim Magine Aret Meoda Na'illa.
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
Yes, yes, yes. Lila Tov, Aboka Tov, Chabarim. Yes, yes, yes. Here in the second book of Moshe, of Psalm 47, right there. They're there. Hopefully, we have more time till we work out, this second book, some of the main themes right here. Looking forward. Give thanks, Good night, good day, good dawning. Good way, truth, and life. Yes, I, Rastafari, keep the fire burning. Yes, sir.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burn. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.